54, Losing. I'm going to
Losing?
Yep.
Haupt. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to DeVos Fieldhouse in what is, at least momentarily, a 34-degree heat wave in Holland, Michigan. This year's host site for the Division III NCAA tournament. I'm Casey Rutledge, and alongside me tonight is the Dean of Social Scientists here at Hope College, Scott Vanderstoop, and the lefty shooter out of Saginaw, Michigan, James Jimmer Rogers. Tonight, we have a first-round matchup and elimination game between Rose-Hulman, the Fighting Engineers, and the Thunder of Wheaton College. Wheaton comes in tonight at a 19-8 overall record, winners of the CCIW and automatic qualifier, as Rose-Hulman comes in as the HCAC conference victors. James, what can you tell me a little bit about this Rose-Hulman team?
Well, like you said, Case, they're 22-5 coming into the NCAA tournament. They got two big wins over Mount St. Joseph and Hanover in the HCAC tournament, two teams they had previously lost to in the regular season. And Case, this offense, this team runs through Julian Strickland, the senior from Indianapolis. He's averaging just under 23 points per game, leads the team in steals, assists, rebounds, defensive stopper. Watch out for him. Keep your eyes on Strickland. And the Fighting Engineers, they come in holding opponents to 61 points per game. And in Case, they have a 14-0 record this season when holding opponents under 60. So their goal tonight, stop Peters of Wheaton, get the team under 60, and they'll be in good hands.
Absolutely. And Scott, anything on Wheaton for us?
Well, Casey, first of all, let me say, for those of you who are watching, this is a Hope College student production. As you can probably guess, I am not a Hope College student, but Hope does value the opportunity to collaborate with students and faculty. Usually the faculty are the ones who teach the students things, but tonight I'm sure I will learn more from you than you will from me. So I appreciate you allowing me to come along and participate in this collaborative project. The Wheaton Thunder come in with a 19-8 record, as you had mentioned. They are the winners of the automatic qualifying game, where they defeated Illinois Wesleyan in the conference tournament. The CCIW is a very strong Division III league in many sports, including men's basketball. They had lost to Illinois Wesleyan twice during the year, and they beat them convincingly in the conference finals. So they are on a roll. I'm sure they're very confident. And they are triggered mostly by their senior from Medina, Ohio, and that is Tyler Peters. As Jimmer had mentioned, I think if you stop him, you have come a long way toward beating the Wheaton Thunder. And if I'm Coach Mike Showers, I'm trying to get him the ball as much as I can. He leads in almost every offensive category for the Thunder. Absolutely.
And for Rose-Hulman tonight, a big win a few weeks ago for them, as it was a career milestone for Coach Shaw, his 300th, now at 303. So we'll see if he can add on to that and a few more victories after that. We are just under a minute and a half to play. We'll have a national anthem. We'll announce the starting lineups, and we will be in for a treat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. We will be back in just a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask you to please rise.
Yeah, I got it.
To honor America with the playing of our national anthem, please welcome the Vicksburg High School Pep Band under the direction of Mr. Ben Rozier. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the DeVos Fieldhouse here on the campus of Hope College for tonight's men's NCAA Division III first-round tournament contest featuring the Fighting Engineers of Rose-Hulman and the Wheaton College Thunder. Here are tonight's starting lineups. First for Rose-Hulman at 1 forward, a 6'5" sophomore from Fishers, Indiana, number 33, Tyler Duffy. And at 1 forward for Wheaton, a 6'6" junior from Scottsdale, Arizona, number 23, Peter Smith. At 1 forward for Rose-Hulman, a 6'5" sophomore from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 45, Jimmy Miller. And at 1 forward for Wheaton, a 6'6" sophomore from Manito, Illinois, number 35, Michael Bird. Starting at center for the Engineers, a 6'5" senior from Chesterton, Indiana, number 55, Alec Haupt. And at center for the Thunder, a 6'6" senior from Bloomington, Illinois, number 50, Nate Haynes. At 1 guard for Rose-Hulman, a 5'11" senior from New Albany, Indiana, number 23, Jordy Martin. And at 1 guard for Wheaton, a 6'3" junior from Rockford, Illinois, number 20, Braden Tischer. And at the final guard spot for the Engineers, a 6'3" senior from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 31, Julian Strickland. And at the final guard spot for the Thunder, a 6'4" senior from Medina, Ohio, number 34, Tyler Peters. Rose-Hulman is coached by Jim Shaw. Wheaton College is coached by Mike Schauer. Your officials this evening, Mr. Chuck Docken, Mr. Ricky Smith, and Mr. Edwin Young. Your alternate official, Mr. Arnulfo Perez.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, and we're back here in DeVos Fieldhouse. Both teams break from their benches, shake hands, and they're about to meet at center court for the tip-off.
Case, I'm interested here to see how Strickland comes out, number 31 for the Fighting Engineers. He comes out firing, and also Peters, as Scott mentioned in the pregame. Watch out for him.
And it is Rose-Hulman who wins the tip. Number 23, Jordy Miller, to bring it across. He hits a sliding Tyler Duffy, who a layup, a little bit of contact. The ball is out of bounds, tipped out of bounds by Rose-Hulman, and possession arrow Wheaton. For Wheaton, it's going to be Tischer at the top of the key. Tischer swings to Peters. Peters to Haynes. Haynes finds Tischer. Back to Peters. Peters launches for 3, deep, no good. It is corralled and rebounded by Miller.
Peters will look for that shot. Like we said, he's just over 20 points per game. Don't give him a lot of space out there.
Miller finds Strickland, who then finds Duffy in the corner. Duffy to Martin. Martin swings back to Haupt. Haupt to Strickland. Strickland down low. The scorer on Peters. Back out Duffy. Duffy to Martin. Martin on the drive, kicks it to Haupt. Haupt the pump fake.
5 on the shot.
5 on the shot, 4-3-2. The layup is attempted and no good by Duffy. It is going to be Peters to lead the break for the Thunder.
You saw Haynes on the block there. He's a big body for the Thunder. Comes in 10.6 points per game, 8.7 rebounds. He's a big body for Wheaton underneath.
Absolutely, James. It's going to be Smith and Wheaton to break the defense. It's Tischer. Tischer in the lane. The layup is up. The floater counted. 2 points.
20,
Pretty good defense by Alex Haupt, but Tischer was able to get it up over the big man.
Martin at the guard for Rose-Hulman. He swings to Haupt. Haupt finds a cutting Miller. Miller. Layup is rejected and no good.
Again, Haynes' presence down low.
2 possessions for Rose-Hulman, 2 blocks for Wheaton.
It's going to be Haynes. Buries himself down low, creates a little bit of contact, spins out, gets the ball back out to Peters. Peters just inside the free throw line. A power dribble layup. Layup's going to be good, but they're going to call an offensive charge here.
What'd you think about the call there, Scott?
You know what? That's a good
Foul
call. He's outside of the
34,
restricted
Tyler
area. He had
Peters.
legal
That
guarding
is his
position,
first.
and the offensive player created the
Team's
contact. So
first.
I thought we got that one right.
Okay. It's one on Peters, star of Wheaton.
Martin picks up his dribble at the top of the key. It's going to be Duffy in the corner to Strickland. Ball's going to be picked up by Peters. Peters running the break. He's all alone. He's going to ram, slam it, jam it home. Peters for two. It is a 4-point Wheaton College lead with 17 and 37 to go.
All 4 points so far by the Thunder have been triggered by great defense. I see why they beat Illinois Wesleyan by 19. They played great defense, at least the first 2.5 minutes.
Duffy picks up his dribble at the top of the key. He's looking for Strickland. Strickland denied. Swings to Haupt. Haupt, the big man, playing forward, catching the ball at the perimeter. He gets back to Strickland. Strickland up and in. 2 points.
2 points. Number 31, Julian Strickland.
Good patience on the block there by Strickland. Get set. Evaluate your defender and go straight up.
It's going to be Tischer finds Berg. Berg to Smith. Smith, contact, layup is no good. Strickland to enter the ball. It's going to be tipped around and found out by Martin. Martin at the top of the key finds Haupt. The layup up and good. A little bit of contact there down low again by Miller. Miller finds Haupt for two.
Both teams have very strong athletic point guards. Peters and Strickland both spend a lot of time with the basketball in all different parts of the floor, not just down low, not just up top.
Yeah. Haynes is going to get a hand check by Haupt. Rose-Hulman, that's going to be their first foul of the game. 16 and 26 to go. It is all knotted up at 4 apiece.
That is his first.
Watch Peters taking the ball out here. He's the inbounds passer. Could get a screen after the inbounds pass.
Little delayed screen, you were right.
Tischer looking into Peters, but he can't find him. Actually enters now. Peters getting comfortable with his defender. Swing pass to Berg. Berg inside to Haynes. Haynes, the layup is no good. Rebounded by Strickland. Strickland slowing down the tempo.
Haynes and Haupt are going to have some battles, I think. Illegal screen.
We have it. Illegal screen as Miller catches the pass.
Rose-Hulman foul number 31, Julian Strickland. That is his first.
First media.
Team's second.
Into the game for the Wheaton Thunder is going to be number
Timeout
10,
on the floor.
Caleb DeMoss.
Media timeout.
And we are 15 minutes, 57 seconds to go in the first half. It is a score of 4-4. What have you seen out of the play for both teams this far?
You can already Peters, the two guys we talked about in the pregame, handling the ball a lot. They're
At Hope, it's about life-changing experiences. Hope. Live it.
in this game tonight.
Thanks, Jim. Off a commercial break.
It's about life-changing.
What do you think Wheaton can do? Wheaton has to do one thing in order to, like we said, to slow down this Rose-Hulman team, and that's control Strickland. As he is able to rebound well, especially for his size, but he's been able to rebound well and turn that ball into transition, and I think that's causing a little bit of trouble from Wheaton as they need to be able to crash offensively a little bit. We're going to break the timeout as it is going to be DeMoss to inbound to Peters.
I've been surprised how much Strickland and Peters are involved in all aspects of the game. They're leading scorers, but yet they rebound well, they post well, and they can bring the ball up the court. So they are multifunctional players. It's no wonder they score 20+ a game.
Peters finds Tischer. Tischer from 15. That one's going to fall. 6 points for Wheaton. Tischer's first two. It is 6-4.
Smooth-looking shot from Tischer. He's got 4 of Wheaton's first 6 in this game.
Martin swings to Duffy. Duffy back up top to Martin. Martin looking for Strickland. Strickland fumbles it out of bounds. That's going to be out of bounds. Rose-Hulman tipped out by Strickland. It's going to be Wheaton possession.
Tischer will bother you, too, on the defensive end. He's got 24 steals on the season, tied for second on the team. Watch out for that Strickland-Tischer matchup.
Peters is checked. just outside the perimeter. He's going to feed Tischer again. Tischer
Wow.
with a 12-footer and the
Number
shooter's
20.
touch for 2.
Braden Tischer.
I think Wheaton has decided that they want to go after Strickland to see if he'll play defense, because when you have to play a lot of defense, first of all, you get tired, and secondly, you have likelihood of committing a foul. So it looks like Wheaton has decided to go after whoever Strickland is guarding.
There's again with Martin forcing the pass to Strickland. Ball's going to be tipped out of bounds off of Wheaton. Rose-Hulman's going to maintain possession. Martin tempted to Haupt. Haupt's ball's going to be tipped from behind, but off of him last. It's going to be Wheaton ball. Peters swings to DeVos. DeVos back up top to Smith. Finds Tischer. Tischer between the legs to Haynes. Haynes and Tischer playing a little two-man game. A screen by Haynes. The roll. Haynes buries himself down low. A spin move.
Good luck.
Kicks out to Smith. Smith for 3. Rattles it. In and out. No good. Rose-Hulman. Strickland on the rebound.
And Wheaton will get that three-point ball up. They're shooting 39% as a team coming into this game from three-point land. That's a very impressive mark for a team statistic.
Miller is being bothered on the offensive end. Swings out to Duffy. Duffy back to Strickland. With 10 on the shot clock, Strickland takes a check up. He's going to swing to Duffy. Duffy to drive. The shot is no good. Tipped, saved, recovered by Haupt. Haupt swings to Duffy. Duffy, the spin move layup is no good. It's going to be Wheaton, Peter Smith on the other end. Smith is going to go coast to coast. The layup is no good. Looks for contact. There is no foul with 13 and 39 to play. It is a 8-4 edge as a couple players are going to check in for the Wheaton Thunder. Number 22, Tad Fisher, to check in.
I think they're going to try to get Losing in here, too. 54, Matt Losing. Wheaton College is playing great defense. Rose-Hulman has had to hold the ball with about 5, all the way down to 5 or 6 on the shot clock. Wheaton really makes them work on the offensive end.
Number 54, Matt Losing.
Peters in the short corner. Fights off and finds Berg. Berg for 3. In and out, no good as Losing corrals the rebound and gets it to Strickland. Strickland breaking down Peters. He finds Povalery. Swings back to Strickland. Strickland a one-on-one game with Peters. Finds Miller. Miller to Martin. Martin for 3, no good. Rebounded by Miller. Miller up, 2 points. Rebound, hook shot is good.
Jimmy Miller.
Good little flip over Haynes. We've been seeing Haynes flying all over the place on the defensive end for the Thunder.
Michael Berg on the other end for Wheaton. The reverse layup is no good. They hustle down court, and it is going to be out of bounds. Rose-Hulman ball.
I'd like to see Strickland get a little ISO here, see what he's got going to the rim. Here we go.
Strickland one-on-one with Peters. Spin move, fade, hook shot, no good. It's going to be rebounded by Haynes. Haynes finds Peters. Peters across the timeline. Breakdown, dribble, in and out move to DeVos. DeVos to Fisher. Fisher back to Peters. Peters turns down the three-point opportunities. He's going to drive left, get in the lane. Little contact, layup up and in.
Number 34, Tyler
Lead is extended to 4. For it is 10 points. Wheaton. Rose-Hulman at 6 with 12 and 12 to play.
Peters on Strickland again.
Those are 2 conference players of the year right there. Strickland Conference Player of the Year for in the Heartland.
Number 22,
Peters in the
Fisher,
CCIW.
First, team's
Exciting
second.
stuff.
Entering the lineup for the Thunder,
First
number
foul
20,
on Tad
Braden
Fisher
Tischer.
for Wheaton,
23,
holding off the
Peter
ball.
Smith. And 31, Joel Smith.
Joel Smith, number 31, to check in for Wheaton. It's going to be Strickland to get the inbound.
Wheaton's tough defense is showing. Rose-Hulman only 30% from the field so far.
Strickland looking for a little isolation move. Crosses over and swings to Martin. Martin finds Povalery into Strickland. Strickland getting quite a bit of contact as he goes to spin move. He's going to get the body call before the shot on the ground.
Braden Tischer.
I love the
Wheaton
tough D
foul
there,
on number
Scott.
20, Braden
Gets a little
Tischer.
contact there from Tischer
That
to
is his
Strickland. But
first.
he's got to be aggressive
third.
with a guy who's averaging almost 22 points
Timeout
per
on
game.
the floor.
Well, Strickland's quick and he can create,
Media
so I
timeout.
think Wheaton's going to just put different people on him, I think, to try to distribute the fouls because he's going to create a lot of contact. He's a very good offensive player.
Yeah.
With 11 and 45 to play, we have a Wheaton College lead at 10-6. James, we talked a little bit about earlier the matchup, and what Scott had mentioned is to see the two, Strickland and Peters, going at it. It's going to be interesting to see the defensive pressure applied by both players, as neither wants to get in foul trouble, both leading their team in that respect.
Right, for sure thing. And this is my first look at Peters this season. I'm really impressed with his patience on the block. He's aware. He's looking for teammates. He's not forcing shots, but we've seen a couple good kickouts from him down low out to the three-point area. And again, like, just great control on a couple buckets that he's made. He's got 4 points here early. Also his teammate Tischer with 6. Those two guys, 10 points. Wheaton's got 10 points, so getting the scoring from those two.
See, I'm not sure I want, if I'm either coach, I'm not sure I want Peters and Strickland guarding each other because I think I want to reserve their talents on the offensive end.
Yeah.
Because if they start going head-to-head, I've noticed Wheaton has put a couple different players on Strickland, and maybe that's how you're going to distribute the load on a player with that kind of capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Povalarity to inbound the ball for Rose-Hulman. He's going to throw it back court to Martin. Martin chases down man nearly out of bounds.
93-foot inbound.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Martin enters to Losing. Losing to find Strickland, but decides against a skip pass to number 53, that is Hallstein. He's in for the first time tonight.
Another off-ball foul on Wheaton.
Wheaton foul on
Plays
number
very
20,
good defense.
Braden Tischer.
And I think if Rose-Hulman can continue
Teams 4.
their strong off-ball
Entering
movement,
the lineup
they
for
create
Wheaton,
those
number
fouls and
34,
force Wheaton to
Tyler
kind of pull
Peters.
off a little bit.
Also number 50,
That's
Nate
big.
Lee.
That's 2 on Tischer. He's going to the bench. He's got 6 points for Wheaton, so that's a big loss.
Strickland gets the inbound pass, goes up for the layup, draws contact. Layup is no good, but there is a foul.
Wheaton foul
be on
number
Peter
23,
Smith.
Peter Smith. That is his
And that's
first.
just what we talked about,
Team's
Scott.
5th.
Not to get, kind of to mix it up on Strickland like that, not to have your two offensive heavyweights attacking each other on the defensive end, as Strickland's first free throw is no good.
Well, another thing to keep an eye on, I think, here is we played eight and a half minutes, and Wheaton has 5 team fouls already. I don't know if that means they're going to have to back off a half a step on defense, or if they're just going to shuffle in a whole bunch of people and let Rose-Hulman shoot free throws. But it's rare in a
Entering the
tournament
lineup for
game like
Rose-Hulman.
this to
Number
have that
10,
many team fouls
Jake
early
Dodd.
on. But 5-2 in team fouls, and it's because of Wheaton. I mean, they've all been defensive fouls because they play hard defense.
Jake Dodd is going to check in for Rose-Hulman. There's Fisher in the corners. He finds Haynes. Back to Fisher, a little two-man game. Haynes is going to look to back down here. Lowers his shoulder, a spin move, the layup, but there's going to be a foul on the floor. Another body call there.
Rose-Hulman foul number 15.
Rose-Hulman trying to
Corey
compensate for
Cavallari.
maybe the lack of size
That is his
and
first.
controlling Nate Hayes down low.
Team's 3rd.
Yes, Hayes is a load to handle. A senior from Bloomington, Illinois, 6'6", 218.
Haynes finds the ball down low again, and they're going to call a travel this time as contact unable to get the shot off.
And I like the two-man game right there between Fisher and Haynes, but sometimes it can get messy when the defense is aware of that. They see the two-man game going on, and they'll crash 2 or 3 down low. And you saw there, Haynes got a little caught up in some traffic and lost it.
I would not want to officiate the Losing-Haynes matchup. That is, as a former college basketball official, that is a lot of work. Illegal screen on Rose-Hulman.
Yeah, we're going to have a drive by Jake Dode. There's going to be an illegal
Rose-Hulman
screen before the
foul
shot.
number 54.
One on Losing.
Matt Losing. That is his first. Team's 4th.
Wheaton on the inbound. It is Peters. Swings to Fisher. Fisher to Smith. To Haynes. Back to Fisher. Fisher looking at Peters, finds Haynes. Haynes, the charging sprint there as he attacks the bucket. We're going to have an offensive call, and I think that's rightfully so.
Wheaton foul on number 50, Nate
Lowered his
Haynes.
shoulder, bowling him
That is his
over.
first. Team
Looks set to me. Scott, you're a former official. You're going to help us out with these calls tonight.
Well, when you're 6'6", 218, I suppose it doesn't take a lot of movement to knock somebody over. That was a tough one because you don't know if he exactly had legal guarding position prior to that, but the other one had gone on Haynes, and this one, the other one had gone to Losing. That one goes to Haynes.
Pavlari at the top of the key.
It's interesting here for Rose-Hulman. Strickland and Miller are out of the game right now, and they combined for 33 Rose-Hulman points per game. 4 on the shot clock.
Martin's going to swing, get the ball inside, and the shot is going to be rejected by Peters with 1 on the shot clock, out of bounds. It's going to be Rose-Hulman to maintain possession. They're going to need to get a quick shot off here with 9 and 51 to go. It is a Wheaton 10-point, Wheaton with 10 and Rose-Hulman with 7. The ball is tipped. There's going to be a shot clock violation.
Well, Coach Jim Shaw in his 20th year at Rose-Hulman really wanted to have an off-ball grab on Tyler Peters, and he may have had a legitimate beef there. As once again, Wheaton plays very good off-ball defense, and they are right up in their face. That one might have been a little bit of a grab. Wheaton gets the ball back again with tough defense.
Smith swings to DeMoss. DeMoss looks to Haynes. And it is Haynes to Smith, back to Peters. Peters, the shake down low, the layup. No good, but there is a foul. Peters is going to go back to the line to shoot 2.
That's going to go on Paul Valeri.
Rose-Hulman foul on number 15,
his
Corey
second.
Pavaleri. That is his second.
Peters gets to the line quite
Team's
often. He's leading the team with 248 free throw attempts coming into this game, but shoots it at just 67%.
As the first free throw attempt is no good.
I'd like to see him up
Entering
over
the
70.
lineup for Rose-Hulman. Number
Not if you're
31,
Rose-Hulman.
Julian Strickland.
Not if you're Rose-Hulman.
Also number 33.
Bit of a
Tyler
scoring
Duffy.
drought for both teams as we are still at 10-7. Advantage Wheaton, 9 and 27 to go.
Coach Jim Shaw wants to talk about some of those off-ball calls that he would like to see some holds on Wheaton.
Peters makes good of the second. And then Strickland checked back into the game for Rose-Hulman. Strickland to Duffy.
Now you see Smith hounding Strickland. Another body on him.
Strickland at the top of the key. He's going to cross over, dribble left. Find Duffy. Duffy to look down low, decides against it. He's got 10 on the shot clock. He's going to look for Strickland. Strickland with 8, 7, 6. The 3, Strickland. No good. It's going to be rebounded by Haynes on the other end. Haynes to DeMoss.
That's the shot Wheaton wanted him to take, a forced three-pointer with 6 on the shot clock.
Peters the scoop. Pass to Berg. Berg, 2 points from the short corner. You can count that one. It's going to be Wheaton 13-7 with 8 and 38 to go.
Good looking shot by the 6'6" sophomore out of Menino, Illinois.
It is Tyler Duffy to drive baseline, and there's going to be a foul. Going to get a body call on Wheaton.
That's going to put Rose-Hulman in the bonus already at 8:30
That
in
is
the
his
first half.
first.
Wow. This is an old-fashioned, grinded-out game. Both teams are
Entering
really
the lineup
working
for
on
Rose-Hulman,
defense.
number 45,
We've had
Jimmy
12
Miller.
fouls in 12
Also
minutes.
number 55,
When you're calling a
Alec
foul a
Pope.
minute, you know you're working really hard as an official.
First free throw in front end of a 1-on-1 is no good.
If this game keeps up the way it is, Casey, where points are going to be at a premium, and you don't think 6 points is much, but just think how long it's taken Rose-Hulman to score 7 points. We played 12 minutes, and they only have 7, and they trail by 6. Points will be at a premium.
Peters backs down his defender. There's a no call. Ball is tipped out and controlled by Berg. Berg to DeMoss. DeMoss is going to get another foul right on cue
Rose-Hulman
on the
foul
ground.
number 10, Jake Dodd.
That's 6 now
That
on
is
the
his
Fighting
first.
Engineers.
Team
Now 13
6.
fouls, Scott, in the first 12
Entering the
minutes.
lineup for Wheaton, number 22,
Good.
Tad Fisher.
The men in stripes are earning their money right now. This is hard work.
Entering the lineup for Rose-Hulman, number 23, Jordy Martin.
It's going to be Smith to inbound the ball. He's going to look to Peters. Peters drives left, cups the ball, scoop shot, left hand layup is up and good.
Looked like he put his head down. I didn't think he would know where he was on the court there, but nice lefty hook shot, kind of no look.
If I'm Coach Jim Shaw, I don't
Entering
fault
the lineup
anything
for
there.
Wheaton.
That was good defense.
Number 31.
I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do.
For real.
With the CCIW Player of the Year puts up a shot like that, that's just going to happen.
Smith to check in for Haynes for Wheaton College.
Great
Hop backdoor cut to Strickland. Strickland, 2-point
Basketball
easy
number
bucket.
31, Julian Strickland.
It is a 6-point deficit. That is Rose-Hulman's with 7:54 to go.
5 of the 9 from Strickland, but you know, you haven't called his game that much, name that much, Casey. They've just done a good job of shutting the whole team down.
Fisher's patient on the offensive end. Finds Smith. Smith, Peter Smith,
2 points.
the hoop, and what appeared to be the harm.
Peter
No
Smith.
foul. It is a advantage. Wheaton 17 to 9, 7:25 to go. It is Martin to bring the ball across the timeline for Rose-Hulman.
I love the attack there by Smith on the last Wheaton possession. He got beat backdoor by Strickland on the defensive possession, but comes back and gives the Thunder 2.
Miller to drive baseline into contact. He
That's
finds his
the
way
number
through. A layup is
45,
good.
Jimmy Miller.
Peters on the other end for the Thunder. He's going to swing to Smith. Smith back to Peters. Peters hesitation step. He's going to go to that left side again. Ball's going to be tipped. There is Berg who ends up with the ball. Berg, the short corner jumper.
2 points.
2
Number
more
35, Michael Berg.
for Michael Berg.
Make something out of nothing
Yeah.
there, Scott.
Help to Strickland. Strickland looking left. Gets a screen from Martin. He's going to drive right. A little one-on-one game here to Duffy. Duffy enters down low to Haupt. Haupt, the layup, spinning layup. It is no good. There is a foul, however.
It'll be the second on Strickland, I
Wheaton
think.
foul on number 31, Joel Smith.
I'm sorry, on
That is his first.
on Smith.
Team's 8th.
That'll be his first.
Timeout on the floor. Media timeout.
With 6 and 21 to go, it is a 8-point advantage for the Wheaton Thunder at 19 to 11.
I think both teams came out a little nervous, a little tight, and playing very aggressively on defense. My sense is the last 2.5, 3 minutes, things might be opening up a little bit, and we might see a little bit more offensive flow. But the first 12 minutes of this game, 11 or 12 minutes, it's been really clamped down, lockdown kind of defense. And I'm not sure each team can keep that up for 40 minutes. I think I'm starting to see a little bit a loosening, and you might see a little more offensive flow coming in. On the other hand, we're not breaking any scoring records, are we?
We're not.
James, if you're Rose-Hulman and Coach Shaw, what are some things that they do right now?
At Hope, it's more than just a game. Hope, we live for this. At Hope, it's more than just a game.
It's going to be Alec Haupt at the line for Rose-Hulman. The first free throw is in.
Haupt at 83% on the season.
His second free throw, no good, but it is rebounded by Duffy. Duffy kicks out to Strickland. Strickland with a fresh shot clock to Martin.
Big offensive board there. You get a 2 or 3 here, cut it to 4 or 5. Big rebound by the fighting engineer.
Strickland to Martin. Martin swings to Miller. Miller at the top of the key. Looking for Strickland in the corner, decides against it, launches a three-pointer. No good. He gets his own offensive rebound. Layup, no good again. It's going to be Peters for Wheaton to control the offense as Pete steps back here.
Great hustle by Jimmy Miller, but he was forced to take a bad shot because of the Wheaton defense.
That ball is going to be tried to enter down low by Smith.
That's
Going to
in
be
the
tipped
line
out of
for
bounds
Wheaton.
off
Number
Rose-Hulman.
10, Caleb DeMoss. Also number 35, Michael Berg.
Wheaton holds possession and an inbound here. It will be Fisher to inbound to Haynes. Haynes to Peters. Peters to Berg. Berg to Fisher. Fisher for three. Front iron, no good. Rebound, Peters, offensive. The layup is good.
34, Tyler Peters.
You've got to get a body on him.
Oh, no
He
doubt.
was wide open for that offensive putback.
Second on the team in rebounds, too, is Peters.
With a 9-point deficit, Rose-Hulman gets the ball to Haupt. Haupt down low to Strickland. Strickland, pump fake, layup is up and in.
8 points. Number 31,
7
Julian
points for Strickland. Half of the team's total.
Again, patience on the block from the senior from Indianapolis.
Peters finds Berg. Berg to Fisher to Haynes. Peters. Peters dribbles right. Back to Berg to Fisher. Fisher in the lane. Back out finds Haynes. Two-man game. Fisher for three. Good. Finally, a three-pointer falls for Wheaton College, and they take a 10-point advantage with 4:26 to play in the first half.
Well, that's a bad backbreaker for Rose-Hulman. They were playing pretty good defense, and it really wasn't the best shot, but it went in.
Fisher's 33 of 71, now 34 of 72 on the season. That's good for 47%
Wheaton
from
foul on number
deep. Got to watch
35,
out for
Michael
that
Berg.
for the Fighting
That is his
Engineers.
first.
Berg's going to pick up a
Team's
foul there for Wheaton to send
Entering the lineup
Haupt
for
back to the
Wheaton,
line.
number 23, Peter Smith.
Well, you turn around, and all of a sudden you look up, and it's a 10-point game. I think points are going to be at a premium, as I said earlier. I don't think Rose-Hulman can let it get much bigger than this, even though there's a lot of game left. Wheaton just plays too good a defense to fall behind too far.
Haupt makes good of the first. Game is inside of 10 at 9-point lead for Wheaton. Haupt, the second falls.
So what do you want to see from Coach Jim Shaw of Rose-Hulman? Just a couple stops here. Couple stops, couple buckets, get it to within 6 or under.
Wheaton works the ball around the perimeter. Each player getting a touch. Smith finds Haynes. Haynes to Fisher. Fisher's going to drive baseline. Kick to Berg. Berg, the running layup is no good. In transition, Rose-Hulman finds Strickland. Strickland's going to cross over. Kick back out to Martin. Martin back to Strickland with 20 on the shot clock and 3.5 to play.
Smith again has the Strickland defensive duties here.
It's about the third person they put on him.
Right. Wow.
We're going to have another call here.
Another illegal screen.
Yep.
Like a pretty gradual fall for
Rose-Hulman foul on
Berg,
number
but
55.
ref saw it
Alec
as
Haupt.
offensive, and
That is
there you go,
his
illegal
second.
screen.
Team's
We're going to get
seventh.
Caleb DeMoss to check in
Timeout on the
for
floor.
Michael Berg
Media
for the Wheaton
timeout.
Thunder. And we are back with 3:24 to go. It is a Wheaton advantage with a score of 24-16. As we said, to check in for the Thunder, it's going to be DeMoss in for Berg.
Casey, I'm looking, we've got Wheaton shooting 55%, Rose-Hulman shooting 35. I think that's indicative of what we've been talking about. Wheaton is just playing very good defense. On the other hand, you're only down by 8. I guess if I'm Coach Shaw, I'm feeling okay about that, but they've got to find a way to get Strickland loose. It seems like he's working. It's all pivoting from him as the ball handler, and he doesn't seem to be able to get free on screens.
Sure, he's got a quiet 7 right now.
Fisher finds Peters. Peters the spin move into some traffic. Layup is no good. Is going to be last touched by Losing.
They're collapsing down on Peters. They're watching out for that drive, and they know he's coming in here, finalist for Division III Player of the Year.
Good help side defense from Losing on that play.
Peters kicks up to Smith. Smith down low to Haynes. Haynes layup, 2 more for the big man.
50,
Haynes and Losing are both back in the game, and the heavyweight bout continues. They're both banging down below.
It is Martin who's pressured with no dribble, and he swings to Miller. Miller at the top of the key to Strickland. Strickland's looking for a screen maybe here.
And he's been handling it a lot. 5-second call.
We have maybe a phantom 5-second call here. It is Strickland who can't break from the defender.
I don't think the official knew he had the closely guarded count going, or Strickland probably would have penetrated. I think Rose-Hulman was a little surprised by that. They didn't know that he was within 6 feet, but the count was active. I don't think anyone noticed it except the official.
3-point attempt by Smith. No good. He's going to actually chase down his own rebound and get the ball to DeVos. DeVos swings to Peters. Peters checks from deep, shakes off a screen from Haynes.
I love the ball movement I'm seeing from the Thunder, too. Working it around the perimeter, getting guys open.
Layup is no good. Offensive rebound by Haynes. Haynes, the hoop and the harm. He's going to go to the line to shoot 1.
Wow, okay, so again, we talked about him earlier. Haynes, he's right at
Rose-Hulman foul number 31,
10.6
Julian
points per game,
Strickland. That is his
8.7
second,
rebounds.
team's 8.
Like Scott's been saying,
Basket
he's a
was
big
good
body
by number
underneath.
50,
Watch out for
Nate
that matchup.
Haynes.
It's 2 on Strickland. I wonder if Coach Shaw wants to take him out at the end here so he doesn't get his 3. We got 2:05 left.
That is huge.
Wheaton, 29. Rose-Hulman, 16. Just under 2 minutes to play.
Look at that, it's right back up to 13, Scott. We just had an 8-point game, it seems like a few seconds ago.
Strickland to drive baseline. He's going to get the layup. It is no good. To Peters. Peters run the offense through Haynes. Haynes back to Peters. Peters swings to Smith. Smith, 3-pointer is no good. Rebounded by Strickland. Strickland's going to take this one all by himself. Gets down low, 2-point, up and in. The layup is good.
That's the ISO you wanted, James.
Strickland.
Yeah, and he gets it up through Haynes and Smith, 2 tough defenders. Impressive shot there from Strickland.
It is Fisher on the left side of the perimeter to Haynes. Haynes down low, back to Fisher. Into Haynes. Haynes skips to Smith. Smith to Peters. Peters for 3. Yes, it's good.
Number 34.
He's got 12
Tyler
now,
Peters.
Case. That's Peters. And again, a great driving kick from Smith out to his buddy.
Under a minute to go. We have a Wheaton lead, 32-18.
First 3-pointer for Peters.
We are going to have Losing down low. Losing the spin,
2 points.
right-handed hook
Number
shot. That is
54,
good.
Losing.
I'm not going to stop him.
We have a roughly 5-second differential between the shot and game clock. Peters takes direction from coach.
And here you got to watch out for the driving kick. We've been watching it from Peters. As Shower will take a timeout for Wheaton.
Here's one thing about an NCAA game, guys. Because we are doing media
Timeout,
timeouts,
Wheaton.
instead of the 6 timeouts
30
that you normally would
second
have, you
timeout.
go to 5, 4 30s in a full, but you can only take 4 of them with you at halftime. So that's why Wheaton knew that they couldn't take that one into the locker room, so it was a good one. And I think you might even see Rose-Hulman call a timeout if they can get the ball back after this Wheaton possession. Yeah.
It's a 12-point Wheaton Thunder advantage. We said a 5-second shot differential in the shot and game clock. What are you looking for out of possession here from Wheaton?
Oh, I'm looking for Peters to get the ball right here out the inbounds. maybe a little isolation. But again, like I said, he's been very patient on offense. I like his awareness. He's driving and kicking.
I think we're going to go down low to Haynes and see if Haynes can do an inside out with Peters. We'll see if we can get the Haynes the ball.
Wow.
It is Peters who drives left. He's going to get a charge called on him.
Wheaton foul on number 34.
That's going to be his second.
That was good defense.
Team's 10th.
Good anticipation move on the defensive end.
Rose is going to call their timeout now, too.
For Wheaton, number 35, Michael Berg.
Shaw saw just what he wanted right there. You saw him raise his hands up in jubilation after that offensive call on Peters. Give his team the ball here with 16 seconds to work.
And here's Rose-Hulman's first half timeout that they have to take. But they don't have to.
Timeout, Rose-Hulman.
I think we can ask the same question on this end of the court. Scott, what do you plan to see out of Rose-Hulman here?
Well, you know, the game has been pivoting off of Strickland with the ball. And that happens a little bit with Peters, but sometimes Peters is a secondary player, but it looks like what they're trying to do is get him on dribble penetration. It's been moderately successful. I would believe that they're probably going to do that again.
That's who I would go to here too.
And of course I'm wrong. they're not going to trigger it from Strickland. They're going to probably look for him on maybe an inside out.
Right.
He will not inbound the ball after all. Maybe if you ask me, I guarantee it won't happen.
Martin swings to Halp. They try the backdoor pass. It is no good. It is Fisher with 6. Fisher with 5. 4 to DeMoss.
Ooh.
The ball's going to be thrown away and out of bounds, but it was tipped last by Martin with 3 seconds to go in a 12-point lead. Wheaton to inbound.
Entering the lineup for
get the last shot of the half.
35, Jimmy Miller. Also number 53.
You know, I know Wheaton is on offense.
Michael Holstein.
Oh, they have taken Strickland out. I think that's wise. I wouldn't risk another foul on him.
Sure thing. 3 seconds, a lot of time to work with.
They inbound to Berg. Ball's going to be same play here, tipped out of bounds, but Wheaton ball still.
This has been the world's longest 35 seconds. We've had 2 timeouts, 4 out of bounds, 1 charge.
That shot by Smith is up, and you can count it before the buzzer.
Wow.
A 2-pointer from the short corner. It's a little bit of a circus shot there. We're going to take a 34-20 lead into the half by Wheaton.
Remember that shot, guys. That was a 12-point game, and now it's a 14-point game. Is that going to be a deflator for Rose-Hulman? That's a tough shot.
I was just going to say, Scott, you want to hold it to 12 there, but holy cow. Throwing up a prayer there from Smith with a second and a half to go. Gives Wheaton a 14-point lead heading into the locker room.
Let's take a few quick moments to take a peek at the halftime stats. It is a field goal percentage of Rose-Hulman of 40%. They were 8 of 20 from the field, and for Wheaton, just above 53% at 15 of 28. Wheaton making good of 2 of 7 from three-point land and 0 three-pointers hit for Rose-Hulman. We are going to send it over in just a minute to our silent reporter, Will DeBoer.
Before we get to Will, I also want to point out 5 of 8 from Peters. He's got 12 points going into the half for Wheaton. And then,
ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for our very special guest?
In the first half, but look out for him to come out firing.
Well, as I said a couple of times at half, I mean, I think points are going to be at a premium. We've got, you know, we've played 20 minutes. Rose-Hulman only has 20. I just think 14 points is a very large lead to overcome in a game where the defensive intensity is so high.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Halftime at Hope. My name is Will DeBoer, and I'm going to be joined by 2 parents from each team today. And first, we've got our Wheaton College mom, Mrs. Tischer, and I'm terribly sorry, I've forgotten again. Janice Tischer, the mother of Braden and Riley Tischer, brothers on the team. And so, what do you think it's like, Mrs. Tischer, with the brothers playing together on the same college basketball team?
Oh, it's just like a dream come true. I mean, it's something that's really special for them. It's super special for Mike and me, and it's something they'll remember the rest of their lives.
Now, I saw that Braden originally went to Washington University in St. Louis and transferred. Why do you think he transferred to Wheaton from there?
You know, he really liked WashU. He really liked his teammates, but he missed his Christian community, I think, and Wheaton had also been recruiting him initially, so he decided to go back there. It was always on the back of his mind, and he transferred back.
Okay. Do you think that's the big draw for Wheaton College, you know, the character of that school?
I do think that's a big draw. Plus the academic ranking. I mean, it's really a great academic school as well. So you get kind of the best of everything, you know, with Wheaton, I think.
Best of both worlds for sure. All right, Janice Tischer, mother of 2 Wheaton College players. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back in about 30 seconds or so with our parents from Rose-Hulman.
Thank you, Will. At the half, it is Wheaton 34, Rose-Hulman 20. We'll be back to you in just a minute as we let both teams take it into halftime. Thank you for tuning in, and we will be back.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Now I'm here with my first Rose-Hulman parent. This is Joni Kelly, the mother of Julian Strickland, a senior on the team. And Joni, out of Indianapolis, Pike High School. First of all, let me say, an excellent music hall you've got at Pike High School.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It is an excellent music hall. Thank you.
And of course, a strong basketball tradition in Indianapolis. You know, all the schools down there, Ben Davis and Carmel and North Central. What was it like as a parent of a basketball player in such a wonderful basketball town?
You know, Indianapolis is just absolutely crazy about basketball. Julian went to high school with Marcus Teague, who's playing in the NBA. His older brother went to Pike. He's playing in the NBA. Christian Smith is an Indiana State University player. They were all on the team together. So, you know, basketball was pretty fun in Indianapolis.
For sure. It's a basketball crazy state.
Yes, it is.
And Julian decided, of course, to go 70 miles west to Terre Haute, to Rose-Hulman. What do you think drew him to Rose-Hulman?
Julian has always wanted to, he's a math whiz. He loves that side of his brain, and he wanted to be an engineer. And he had the opportunity to play for one of the best schools in the country, #1 ranked, absolutely. And so he decided, that was what made his decision to go to Rose-Hulman.
And of course, playing basketball. At what point growing up did you realize that Julian would, you know, maybe be able to go somewhere and play basketball?
You know, when he reached the junior high school age level, he was doing really well. Again, like I said, Pike has so many strong players, but he was able to hang in there with all of them, and I knew that he'd end up playing college basketball.
Fantastic. Well, Joni, thanks for joining us. Joni Kelly, parent of Julian Strickland of Rose-Hulman. And we'll be back in 30 seconds with a Wheaton parent. And we are back. This is Todd Haynes. He's the father of Nate Haynes on the Wheaton team. He had a couple points there at the end of the half, some athletic moves. Todd, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Will. It's good to be here, really.
Yep. Out of Bloomington, Illinois. That's about 120 or so miles away from Wheaton. What do you think drew Nate to that school in particular as opposed to others in the state?
Well, the combination of being a strong Christian school, sticking to their mission, and also a really good academic school and good basketball.
For sure, and not just Nate, but people from all over the country are attracted to Wheaton. They have people on roster from California to New Jersey, everywhere in between. Do you think the character and the academics, that's a sort of thing that is, you know, nationally attractive to young players?
I do. It's actually internationally. If you look on there, there's a lot of people from around the world that come to Wheaton, a lot of missionary kids, things like that. So it has a really broad reach, yes, for all those reasons you mentioned.
Absolutely. Now your son and you both have quite the height advantage over many people, myself included. What's the sort of memory that really stands out in your mind of, playing basketball with your son growing up?
Well, I started coaching him from the time he could walk, and my daughter too, and that's just a blast. It's the next best thing to playing is coaching, especially your own kids. And so, no one particular memory. It's all been a great ride, and really enjoyed it. Blessed.
Fantastic, fantastic. Todd Haynes, father of Nate, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Will.
All right, I'll be right back with our final parent from Rose-Hulman.
At Hope, it's mind, body, and spirit. Hope. We live for this.
And now I'm back with Brad Martin, the father of Jordy Martin on the team, all the way from New Albany, Indiana, right at the southern border of the state. So that's quite the drive, wasn't it?
Yeah, it took about 6 hours. Wasn't too bad, though. Nice sunny day.
That sort of day for that sort of thing. Welcome to Holland.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been through here a few times on up the trip to Bear Lake. We go every summer for a vacation up there, so it's a nice area. We love it.
Absolutely. It's served us well, too. Yeah. So your son, I'm sure he had a lot of offers from other schools. What made him decide to become a fighting engineer at Rose-Hulman?
Well, really wasn't sure if he was going to play basketball. They approached him. He was, good in math and science, thought engineering would be a good background, and it's just been a, wonderful fit in every area, and couldn't ask for a better situation, really, school-wise and basketball-wise. So looks like here at halftime might be his last official game, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah,
gotta keep the hope. And
wonderful facility though here, a beautiful place, one of the best D3 schools I've ever seen.
Well, thank you. And of course, the final question, the one on everybody's mind for a fighting engineer: electrical or mechanical engineering?
Mechanical.
Mechanical engineering.
Yep.
Very good.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Martin, father of Jordy, thanks for joining us.
Yep.
And that does it for halftime interviews. I'm Will DeBoer, and we'll send it back to Casey Jimmer and Dr. Vanderstoop for the second half right after this.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III athletics affords students the opportunity to, engage in the other interests in their campus and in their lives outside of that sport.
It allows you to just be able to do everything you want to do. I wouldn't change it for the world.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily a student athlete, so the school is really shaped around you developing yourself as a complete individual.
It helps a lot that you have a family with your team that can guide you.
Celebrate the
At Hope, it's about challenging your mind. Hope. Learn it, love it, live it.
Welcome back for the second half of action between Wheaton and Rose-Hulman. We have a Wheaton lead of 34-20 as we enter the second half of play. Let's break down the first half a little bit. Scott and James, what did you see out of both teams? James, looking at some stats.
Yeah, I saw 12 points here from Tyler Peters, the CCIW Player of the Year. He's also pulled down 3 rebounds. We've also been looking at Tischer and Haynes and their contributions to the Thunder. Haynes just flying around on the defensive end. He's fun to watch defensively, and as Scott has said and informed the audience here, watch out for Haynes and whoever he's matched up with underneath. Big body going at it. And then on the Rose-Hulman side, A lot of it runs through Strickland, but the Wheaton defense, we just feisty, aggressive all night here in the first half, held him to under 10. And, you know, he's right at 23 points per game on the season. So got to be happy about that if you're Coach Schauer for Wheaton.
And we have, for Rose-Hulman, we have a team who's averaging about 68, 69 points a game, and a large portion of that is coming from Strickland. Well, when you keep Strickland in check, or not necessarily in check, but limit his scoring a little bit, it's going to be tough for the rest of the offensive unit to get involved. I talked to Coach a little bit before the game, and he said that one thing was important, that if Strickland doesn't show up, or in the games where he is checked, it's important that an outside player or someone else is be able to contribute in a lot of different ways. We haven't seen that yet tonight, but there is an entire half to play.
You know, and if I'm Rose-Hulman, I don't think that I'm necessarily feeling like I'm doing anything wrong. I'm just playing the game and running up against a very strong Wheaton defensive team. And so it seems to me the Engineers have to find some way to get their offense unleashed. In terms of, you know, who that other option might be, there really isn't anyone. We've got Miller with 4 and we've got Hout with 5. But when you've only got 20 points in 20 minutes, it's not as though they're not executing. They just seem to either it's making the extra pass or maybe changing a set that they're doing. But right now, Wheaton seems to have their number, and 14 might not seem like a lot, but they've had to hold the ball for 25, 30 seconds sometimes, and then they don't even really get a high-quality shot. So I give Wheaton credit for the defense. I don't think Rose-Hulman is necessarily, you know, failing to execute, but they do need to find a way to unleash and to get some players loose. I don't know, that could be back screens. It could be, again, working inside out as opposed to isolation on Strickland.
We've seen fouls of plenty in the first half of play, both teams entering the bonus. And like you said, you know, for a minute there we had 12 minutes played, 12 fouls. And that's going to slow the tempo down a ton and get teams maybe uncomfortable, defensive pressure and whatnot. But so we're going to see what kind of officiating comes out, if they're going to officiate the game quite as tight, let the boys play. We're not sure yet, but we are under just about 30 seconds to go until tip-off is, or excuse me, until we enter the second half, as both teams breaking from their huddles.
Remember that last jumper by Wheaton when Smith hit that ball. It was great defense by Rose, but yet this ball went in on a little bit of a circus shot. That was a big play. And Wheaton's going to start out with the ball again. So in a sense, they get a twofer out of it because they had the ball to end the half and they've got it again. And possessions are critical because Wheaton makes you work very hard. And sometimes if you're holding the ball 25, 30 seconds at a time, there are only so many times you're going to get a chance to touch the ball in the next 20 minutes. They might only get the ball another 15 times or so.
Points are precious, as you said, Scott. Just 20 at the half for Rose-Hulman. See if they can step that up here in the next 20 minutes.
Just Peter to Tischer. Tischer back to Peters. Two-man game. Tischer in the short corner. He's going to drive left, and we are going to see a foul called right on cue immediately. Just 12 seconds into the half.
It's not how you wanted to start on Jordy Martin.
That is his first. Team's first.
Another interesting stat, 15 field goals for the Thunder in the first half compared to just 8 for the Fighting Engineers.
Tischer, the pull-up jumper is no good. It is rebounded and corralled by Martin. Martin to Strickland. Strickland's going to get a Haupt screen. He's going to go against it, get in the paint. The jump shot fadeaway is good from about 8 feet. A lot of shooters love there.
Friendly roll for Strickland there. He's up over double figures.
That was a great move.
Yeah,
it really was. Into traffic.
Peters finds Smith. Smith to Haynes to Tischer. They got to Haynes and Smith as they play the perimeter game. It's going to be Berg in the corner with 10 on the shot clock. He's going to down low to Haynes. Haynes, the skip pass to Peters. Peters drives baseline back to Haynes. Haynes bobbles with 5-4. Peters for 3 with 3-2. The 3 is no good and is rebounded by Strickland.
Good look for Peters with the shot clock running down. Just couldn't get it to fall. Offensive foul.
Yeah, we're going to have Duffy, who's called for a charge there on the other end. One pass, a couple dribbles, a lowered shoulder, and a whistle.
That is his first.
And you see the presence of Tischer here early in the second half. He had 2 fouls early for the Thunder back in the first half, and you can already see his offensive and defensive presence for the Thunder.
Peters finds Smith to Tischer. Tischer decides against a 3-point option back to Smith. Smith with patience. Tischer a spin move to Haynes. Haynes back to Tischer off a screen. He's going to find Smith and go to Berg. Berg down low to Haynes. Haynes to back down, gets a double team. He's going to spin left. Layup left, no good. Gets his own rebound. He's going to pull out a fresh shot clock for Tischer. Tischer.
And who kept that alive for the Thunder? It was Peters, again, getting a hand on it.
You know, Wheaton does not, well, they're a little more spread now, but that last set was very compact. They were all within the three-point circle.
Tischer, the pump fake, he's going to go with the shot. Nothing but nylon there.
Loving the look of his shot tonight, Case.
Yeah.
He's got 8 now, 4 or 5 from the field.
It's going to be Martin to Duffy. Duffy at the top of the key, a spin move to Strickland. Strickland heavily defended. He's going to go right, come back left. Strickland looking frustrated as he drives right. He's going to take on the charge, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Charge. We've seen 3 or 4 of them tonight as the officials are in position there to make the correct call.
Rose-Hulman foul number 31.
Number 31, that's going to be Strickland's third, and that's a huge foul as he takes a peek over to Coach Shaw and see what's on his mind.
I think at this point you got to stick with him. I mean, we're down by 14. If you're Rose-Hulman, you got to get some offense, and he's the guy who's going to do it for you. It's a risk, but
Tischer, the step back, draws contact, finds a 15-footer to fall as he's got 10 tonight.
Just pure, nothing but net there from Tischer. I'm loving his game.
We have a Wheaton advantage of 16 with 17 and 10 to go. It is Strickland to run the offense for Rose. He finds Duffy, back to Strickland. Strickland off a Haupt screen. Behind the back, he's going to go left and look for Miller. Miller to penetrate. Back to Strickland. Strickland with 10 on the shot clock in the corner to Duffy. Duffy to drive left baseline. We're going to get a body call here on Peters. It's going to be on the floor.
That'll be his third. So now we got the 2 studs with 3 fouls each.
Wheaton under a little different condition here where they can afford to send Peters to the bench.
Yeah, I would think so.
Number 10,
16-point cushion, yeah.
And they did, didn't they? Did they just sub him out?
Yeah, DeVos is going to check in for the Thunder. It's going to be Duffy.
Nice.
Duffy finds Haupt all alone. He blows the bunny layup. Tischer on the other end. Tischer's going to go a little 1-on-2 action. Ball tipped away. He chases it down. The skip pass to DeVos. DeVos swings to Smith. Smith in the corner. A screen by Haynes. Is Tischer again with 20 on the shot clock. Smith, Wheaton working the clock, working the ball around the perimeter. Berg to Smith. Smith with patience to Tischer. Tischer, here it is. His jump shot is good. James, I haven't seen him hit the rim yet, have you?
I have not. In case he's from Rockford, Illinois. And Rockford, that's where I was born. I'm proud to say I was born in Rockford.
You shoot like that?
Oh my gosh. I got a stroke, I'll admit it. But man, going up against Tischer right now, tough to go.
He's got 12.
Haupt to Strickland as Rose-Hulman looking a little bit desperate here. The 3-point attempt by Miller. Miller is no good. It's going to be rebounded by Tischer.
I think this game is at the risk of slipping away from Rose-Hulman.
Oh, man.
We got a media time coming out, timeout coming
Oh my, Tischer again, the 12-footer, and you got to feed the hot hand right now. It is a 20-point advantage for Wheaton.
It's fun to watch. He's a junior. Man.
You know, this is where a coach would normally call a timeout because he doesn't want to blow it now because he knows the media under 16 is coming up. But this has been, we're now almost in panic mode, I would think, with 20 points to go.
Martin shakes off a double team and finds Duffy. Duffy with contact. He's going to go to layup. It is no good, but there is a foul. And right now for Wheaton, you know, you have Peters who's checked out. He's on the sideline with 3 fouls, but this is exactly what you like to see. Tischer stepping it up. He's the junior out of Rockford, Illinois. We have a media timeout with a 20-point Wheaton Thunder lead, 15 and 25 to play.
And Tischer now at his season average. 14 points right now. He's 14.9 per game on the season.
Cheer for the stumbles. That he should have had that. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
A 20-point Wheaton College advantage. We have Tyler Peters on the bench for Wheaton, their lead offensive scorer, but he's been able to afford to do so right now. James with the step-up play of junior out of Rockford, Illinois.
Yes, I mean, we talked about it earlier, 35 points per game between Peters and Tischer on the season. And again, you see your stud, as Scott was saying, the CCIW Player of the Year, a guy who's up for Player of the Year in Division III. Tyler Peters now on the bench with 3 fouls. But again, they have a 20-point cushion here. No rush. I don't see any rush to get Peters back into this game.
Well, you know what else happened is that foul, that third foul, happened at 17:36, at 36:22. And since Peters has been out, they've outscored him 6-0.
Great
so
point.
they haven't missed him, and that's going to give them a little bit more time. I mean, if nothing else, you can think about the fact that if they end up playing tomorrow, the more you can rest Peters. It's tough to turn around in 24 hours.
Absolutely.
But there's a lot of game left.
We have DeMoss as he enters to Haynes. Haynes, the back down move, as he's really backing down that defender. He's going to kick out to Tischer. Tischer, that hot hand. We would expect him to fire again this possession.
He's got smooth handles, too. Great job at running this Thunder offense.
Tischer with 10, the shot clock, the step back, it's up. Oh my, it's good. It's this player, Tischer, Braden Tischer, is putting on an absolute clinic tonight. He's got 16, I believe he's got 8 straight at that.
I think Rose-Hulman is wondering, what do I have to do? We're playing good defense.
Honestly, the step back, contested, he's 8 of 9 now.
I think he's missing out on a little bit of that Player of the Year talk, at least if you're viewing from just this game. Jimmy Miller, who drives baseline, he's going to get a body call.
It's going to be the second on Haynes.
How about this? We played over 25 minutes of basketball, and Wheaton has held Rose-Hulman to 24 points. That's pretty incredible.
Well, I said at halftime they need to get a way to unleash their offense, and so far they have not been able to do that.
It's going to be a foul down low again. Jimmy Miller creating contact. He's going to go to the line this time.
They are doing, I mean, they are trying. They're trying to create some contact. Wheaton does have 14 fouls right now. That might be what they need to do. Try to get to the line, get some points with the stop, with the clock stopped.
Right.
See if we can start cutting into this a little bit.
For Miller, the first free throw is good.
And you'd like to see Miller get going here. He's right under Strickland in points per game. Not right under, but again, he's the only other fighting engineer over 10 points per game on the season, just under 11. Again, he's got 5 points right now. You'd like to see him get hot if you're the fighting engineers.
Miller at the line. His second free throw attempt is up, and it is no good. Rebounded by Smith. Smith to DeMoss. DeMoss.
Losing is getting ready to sub in for Rose-Hulman to give the big guys a break inside.
The three-point attempt by McCreary is no good. Rebounded by Rose-Hulman, and it is Strickland. Strickland to Martin. Martin to drive. He's going to throw an errant pass that is received by Duffy. Duffy finds down low the pass to Miller. Miller, the layup is good and a foul.
Going to be the third on Nate Haynes. I think Nate thought that he tried to make an athletic play and swing behind and not get any contact. That was tough to see from where I was, but that's a critical play for Rose-Hulman that might be able to start chipping away at this.
And again, you mentioned the points while the clock is stopped. It is Miller at the free throw line, and it is good.
There you go. Now 8 for Miller. Looks like he's coming out for a breather.
Coach Shaw went with Holstein and pulled Losing back to the bench. They're both big bangers inside, but I think maybe they're going to take turns. I think maybe because Haynes came out, they pulled Losing back because I think they wanted Haynes on Losing. Or Losing on Haynes, excuse me.
DeMoss is going to swing to Fisher. Fisher to Smith, into McCreary, who's in new for Wheaton. Three-point attempt is decided against by Smith. Smith swings to DeMoss. DeMoss to cut inside. Ball, incredible movement by Wheaton as Smith drives the lane. The layup is good. The lead back up to 18.
Just the ball movement for the Thunder. It's been awesome to watch all night. Just putting a clinic on finding the open man. And again, you see Smith driving hard to the basket, not shy of the contact.
Duffy to Strickland. Strickland's going to move around inside. He's going to get the layup. No, it is no good, but there is going to be a foul committed by Joel Smith of Wheaton.
Good move by Coach Schauer to take out his big on that, because that would have been right where Nate Haynes was playing. That would have been Nate's 4th foul.
Strickland makes good of the first with 13 minutes and 8 seconds to go in regulation. We have Wheaton Thunder at 46, Rose-Hulman 29.
Strickland's got a fine touch from the charity stripe. 84% coming into this game. He's at 12 points for the contest.
Second one is going to fall.
Give him 13 now.
DeMoss for Wheaton to bring it up. An up-tempo player, looks to get the offense going. He's going to swing the ball to Smith. Smith to Smith. And it's going to be a pass attempted. Down low to DeMoss. DeMoss cut off the passing lane. The ball's going to be out of bounds. Possession arrow, Rose-Hulman.
Coach Schauer wanted a cutter bump call on that because he was trying to come through at high post, and there was a little bit of contact, and that's why we got. That's how Rose-Hulman got the turnover. Could get it to 14 here.
And as Martin entered to Strickland. Strickland, wow. The layup up and in, and that's exactly what you expect out of Rose-Hulman with a deficit, trying to make a charge back. They're going to ride their big fella.
Adjustment in the air, pretty move again from Strickland. He's got great handles and a great knack for the rim.
That was beautiful.
Moss to Fisher. Fisher drives the lane. The layup no good. Blocked by Strickland on the defensive end. Doing it on both ends for Rose-Hulman. He's going to get the ball right back.
I think he's going to drive.
He wants it in his hands.
Pavlari gives the ball back to Strickland.
He needs a high screen here.
Strickland to Pavlari. Pavlari to drive. He gets positioned down low. Layup is no good. Corralled by DeMoss. DeMoss is off to the races for Wheaton. He's going to take the ball coast to coast all the way. Layup no good. It is Strickland, of course, to Corral. He's going to send the ball up to Pavlari. Pavlari one-on-one. No contact there. The layup is no good. It is going to be tipped out of bounds by Wheaton.
Well, if I'm Rose-Hulman, I really want that basket, that fast break conversion there. Was so close, and not a good shot that last time through by Corey Pavlari. I think you wanted to go. I think you want to go to Strickland at that point because he was on a roll. But it's only 14, and they got a chance to cut it to 12 at the under 12 timeout.
You mentioned giving Strickland a high screen there. I agree with you. Give him ISO, give him a high screen or something. He scored a few buckets there in a row. He's got 15 now. And you're looking for those little bunnies to drop for the Fighting Engineers to get this lead back to 10, get it under double digits. That's what Coach Shaw wants right now from his team.
Like we said, Pavlari, maybe not the first option in that offensive set, but I think he expected a little more contact there as the defender pulled away at the last minute, causing Pavlari to have to alter his shot a bit.
Yeah, I just think, well, you know, they had 20 or so on the shot clock still. I think that they could have run it. They could have run that set through one more time to see what they could get. Strickland touched the ball at the beginning. He passed it, got it back, but it really wasn't. It wasn't the play that got this lead reduced from 20 down to 14, which could go down to 12. But I mean, that was just one possession, and they still have the ball. And I mean, my sense is Rose-Hulman is. Got a little bit more of a pulse than they did just 5 minutes ago when I was really thinking that this game was almost out of hand. So I give them a lot of credit. Well, if they can score here, they're down to 12.
Right. And if you're Wheaton with Peters on the bench with 3 fouls, at what point do you think to bring him back in?
If they score here, I might do it right now.
There you go.
Just as we mentioned, it is basket by Hallstein, 53 for Rose-Hulman.
We got a game, gentlemen.
We absolutely do. With 11 and 30 to play, it is a 12-point Wheaton lead.
11:30, a lifetime in the game of basketball too.
Just as we expected, Wheaton to come into the bench. It is Smith, the jumper, and it's good.
Number 23, Peter Smith.
That was big.
Yeah, it was.
Pavlari at the top of the key. Enters to Hallstein. Hallstein dribbles right, tries to find Martin. Goes against it, can't find Strickland either. He's in trouble with 5. They're going to have a timeout by Rose-Hulman. It was in danger of a 5-second call there.
I think that's a good call. They've got plenty of timeouts, and they almost had it closely guarded.
Coach Shaw's going to look for a 30-second.
Strickland was right on it there. He was. He's obviously their leader. He's the one who recognized it. I think the officials were 4.5, so that was a good play.
Well, as we see Peters and a few more check back in for Wheaton. Is it Peters you go through, or Tischer, or just maybe the open man at this point with a 14-point lead with 11 to go?
I mean, Tischer still 8 of 9. He's got 16 points. The junior from Rockford Christian High School, Rockford, Illinois, he's coming back in here. Like you said, work through him and Peters, get Peters a few more open looks. He's at 12 points, 20 points per game coming into this contest.
And he's from where again? Rockford, Illinois.
Rockford, Illinois, Tischer.
That's right. I keep forgetting that.
My goodness.
Is he the second best shooter from Rockford, Illinois?
Like I said, Scott, I think if I go on the court with him now, ooh,
in your suit coat?
In my suit and coat. He's got me easily if I'm in my blazer here. But yeah, represent Rockford. Way to go, Tischer. And an interesting fact coming from my dad who texted me. My dad played ball back in Ohio, back in high school, and he said that Peter's dad guarded him in a box-and-1 in his last high school game of his career. And Peter's grandpa was the coach of the opposing team. So interesting. Peter's just born and bred into basketball.
Basketball is a small world.
It is Strickland to back down, gets in the paint where he's comfortable. Shooter's touch and roll, 2 points for the senior Strickland as he cuts the lead back to 12.
Great play.
It is Peters to Tischer. Back to Peters as he decides against the three-pointer. He's going to swing to Berg.
Wheaton needs a basket here. They haven't done much on offense.
Peters breaks down the defender, gets in the lane. Right-hand layup, it is blocked. But rebounded by Haynes. Haynes is going to get his shot altered, and it's going to be out of bounds in favor of Rose-Hulman. That's a huge defensive possession for the Fighting Engineers.
Was that Hallstein that came in on the block for Fighting Engineers? That was big. I mean, Peter saw an open lane. I saw it too, and then out of nowhere, Hallstein comes in and swats Peter's shot out of there.
Peter sat for about 6 minutes. He's back in now.
Strickland attacks Tischer. He's going to get a body call there.
Bonus time.
Yep. With 10 minutes to go, that's huge. Huge for Rose-Hulman as they, again, can score with no time coming off of the clock. 12-point deficit for the Fighting Engineers. 10 and 11 to play.
Well, Wheaton has had more fouls tonight. They've played tough man-to-man defense, and it has taken a toll on the foul count. Chance to cut it to 10.
First free throw is up and good.
With your leader Strickland at the line too.
Strickland been playing heads-up defense as he's been in for a good chunk here with 3 fouls. Makes good of the second.
And he hasn't been able to rest, but it looks like they're going to get him a short break here. I doubt he'll be there for long.
It's an interesting move there by Coach Shaw. Again, they're looking to the sideline to get him just a quick break, but they're pulling within 10.
I would think so.
I'm looking up the scoreboard now for Rose-Hulman. 4 points combined this game by the 5 on the floor. So you're wondering, I mean, Shaw, he's definitely got to look for Strickland here. You're under 10 now.
Martin's going to get called for the hand check. Down low on DeMoss. It's going to be the 4th foul for Rose-Hulman. Smith to Fisher. Fisher to DeMoss. DeMoss, a fresh shot clock, finds Peters. Peters attacks and is collided with in midair. He's going to go to the line to shoot 2. That's going to be a foul on Hallstein, the 5th foul for the Fighting Engineers.
Well, if I don't get a chance to say it before the end of the game, this has been a tough defensive battle, and I give both teams credit, both coaches credit. There has been outstanding sportsmanship. You know, there's been a lot of contact, and after hard fouls, both players turn, or the fouling player turns and helps a player up from the other team. So both teams are to get credit for really being classy performers tonight.
As Peters misses both free throw attempts.
How about that?
Yeah, leaving the door open with 9 and 45 to play. Dode to Pavoleri. Pavoleri looking for Martin. He's going to find Duffy. 10-point deficit for the Fighting Engineers. It's Duffy from 25 feet
Miller's looking to check in here for the Fighting Engineers, another one of their top scorers.
Well, there he gets in the lane. A nice body control layup there. Avoids defenders, and it is, the lead is trimmed to 8. DeVos looking towards the bench to get some signals from coach. It is Peters to get the ball under control.
How about Paul Valeri there for Rose-Hulman, averaging 2 points on the season. Big shot to bring the Fighting Engineers within 8.
Peters right back on the other end.
Wow.
The layup is good, and a foul.
You're right, though. That was huge on the Rose-Hulman. James, Paul Valeri is a reserve player, and he made a critical basket, got it down to 8. And then Peters, the star, answers down here. So one of the things I've seen in games like this is when a team gets way behind and can cut it, sometimes the effort to get back in it is so tiring that they don't have enough to kind of stay with it. It'll be really interesting to see if Rose-Hulman has enough energy to make that second half of the cut.
Jeez.
So far they do.
Yeah, Peters misses the free throw on one end, and Holstein converts on the other. It is a 50-42 advantage in favor of Wheaton.
Yeah, 3 straight missed free throws from Peters.
Not something you expect out of your senior. It is Fisher, the long three-point attempt is no good. Pavaleri on the other end. We've seen this play before, the one-on-one play. Pavaleri, again, the layup is no good. This Peters to lead the offense the other way. He's going to charge down low. The layup, no, he is fouled and going to go back to the line.
Looked like Shaw wanted offensive there. Is that what I heard from him?
I think he wanted a no call.
No call.
I think there was some contact, but when the Rose player doesn't have legal guarding position and there is contact, that's a hard one to pass on. Probably a good block call there.
How about this? Is it in his head right now? Is Peters from the charity stripe? 4 straight missed free throws.
Fouling might be the best thing to happen here.
Yeah,
honestly.
Rose-Hulman.
Scott, just a few possessions ago, we talked about that Pavaleri play as he's showing his hustle on the other end as Peters misses his 5th straight free throw. But is that the shot we want out of Pavaleri? Halston on the other end. He's going to get the ball pinned and blocked. It is recovered by Martin. Martin finds Miller. Miller in the lane. Swings to Duffy. Duffy back to Martin, to Pavaleri. He's going to try and control this circus possession here.
I think we need Strickland in here if you're Rose-Hulman.
For real.
Pavaleri gets the ball stripped by Peters. Peters the 1-on-2 fast break with Fisher in his rear. Peters to the tin. It is good for 2 and a 10-point lead with 7:43 to go.
You almost just want to hammer him there. Give him to the line 2 more times. See if you can cash in on 2. Stop the clock.
Look over to Coach Shaw, still not making a move in Strickland's direction. It's Martin to Pavaleri. Pavaleri getting a lot of touches here with Strickland out. Miller backing down his man in the paint. Nowhere to go. Throws an errant pass. It is tipped last by Rose-Hulman. Coach Shaw upset with this call here.
I think we're going to correct that one. There we go.
Yeah, and you're right, Scott. It was last touch by Wheaton.
When that ball comes flying across, if you're the opposite official on the weak side, you're not watching strong side, so you really don't know who touched it. So that's why there are 3 of them out there. They got that right.
Absolutely. With a timeout here, it is 7:19 to go. A 10-point lead for Wheaton.
Here he comes.
Here he is. Strickland.
Strickland back into the game.
2.5-minute break is over. Let's get back in there, I'm sure, is what Coach Shaw said.
Yeah. We're back after the timeout with a 10-point Wheaton lead, but James and Scott, it feels a lot closer to that if you're me, and Strickland checking back in for Rose-Hulman.
I still wonder if Rose-Hulman has the energy. They cut it from 20 to 10, and they feel like they have the momentum, but they've got to continue this because eventually time is going to start working against them. And how tired were they to cut it from 20
Strickland with no time on the shot clock. The 15-footer fade away, well contested, finds its way home.
They only gave him 2 there. I thought he was...
Might have been just on the line as it is Fisher to enter to Peters. Peters the quick spin move on Duffy. Peters in the lane. The layup is no good. He just missed there. Halston with the rebound to Martin.
That last Strickland shot, tremendous D from Smith on Wheaton's part. Oh.
Layup there missed by Miller. They had a chance to cut it to a 2-possession game.
Why not go back to Strickland?
Yeah. Smith down the lane, the right-hand scoop layup with contact is in. Back up to 10, 6.5 to play. I think you want to think here if you're Rose-Hulman, you want to find Strickland, but you don't want him to force here.
Smith just working hard both ends for Wheaton.
Strickland making himself comfortable in the lane. The layup is blocked on the other end as DeVos to lead the break as he's going to pull back, slow down the tempo. Gets the ball to Peters. Peters finds Fisher. Haynes to Smith, Smith to Fisher. Looking for Peters. Peters down the lane, left-hand layup. It is good, and a timeout here by Wheaton.
That's a huge basket for Wheaton. It gets it back to 12. Gets Peters back in the rhythm. You know, after he came back in after his sort of tentative foul trouble, he was quiet. Missed some free throws, missed a couple shots. He had that big and one, but that was big because now they're up to 12, and you're at 5:53. And if you're Rose-Hulman, you're starting to think, we're going to have to score on almost every possession, and we're going to have to get some stops. It's not over, but again, the defense from Wheaton is so good that you've got to capitalize and get high-quality shots every time. And they have. The last 10 minutes, Rose-Hulman has been great, but it's still a 12-point game.
And do you get the ball into Strickland's hands each possession here down the road? I mean, he's 21 points for Strickland. He's 8 of 13, 5 of 6 from the line. So you're confident in him going to the line too. And as you mentioned, Scott, Peters here finding that rhythm. 8 of 14 now for 18 points, but just 1 of 7 from the line. And you just want to think, if you're the Fighting Engineers, do you foul Peters, one of the nation's top players, and see what he can do at the line? And he's just 1 of 7.
Nah, I don't think he'll do that.
No.
But so far, it's worked.
It is Strickland to drive baseline. He's going to get a shot up. No good, but there is a foul.
Wheaton foul number 23, Peter Smith.
Strickland's going to go to the line where tonight he is 5 of 6, trying to chip away at a 10-point deficit. 5 and 44 remain in regulation.
12 points.
Excuse me, 12-point lead.
You just got it updated.
First free throw is good. Strickland's second attempt is good as well.
Now up over his season average of 22.9 points per game. Just doing it seems so easy for him. He's got 23 now with 5.5 to play.
Peters to Smith. Smith and Wheaton looking to eat up most of the shot clock on each and every possession from here on out. Peters backs down on Duffy. The spin move, lefty hook, no good. He's going to go to the line, and James, as you said, following him, this is going to be a true test right here. Let's see what
that's going on Halston.
The senior is all made of.
That is his second, team's 8.
It's been interesting too, Casey and Scott, that Braden Tisher of the Thunder, he's been out here now for a few minutes. I think they took him out just under 10 minutes to go, and he had the hot hand. He's got 16 for the Thunder, but we haven't seen floor time from him in a bit.
And that's when Rose-Hulman started cutting into the lead.
Peters makes good of the first, but not the second. So he is just
2 of 9.
Yeah, 2 of 9 on the night. Rose-Hulman working on a 11-point deficit. It is Strickland off Peters. Shot attempt goes against it. It is Martin to get the pass back to Strickland. Strickland drives left inside in the lane. He's going to be fouled again. It's going to be, that's the 4th here on Peters.
It is. 34, Tyler Peters.
I got to tell you, I just would not have Tyler Peters or Braden Tischer guarding Julian Strickland at this point. I mean, you need them in the game for offense, and I know that there may not be a lot of options, but you know, now Peters has 4, right?
Yeah. Strickland, that's good. Speaking of Tischer, we haven't seen him in a little while, as Fisher has been in the other guard spot for the Thunder.
I'm not sure anyone can guard Strickland. 24.
And a chance to get it under 10.
Over the half the team's points, but that's right on cue of what he's done all season. And Rose-Hulman's gonna come out here with a full court press. Peters finds Haynes down low as they make quick work of the press.
Great press break.
Martin to Hallstein. Hallstein to Duffy. Duffy looking for Strickland, but he is guarded heavily. They find the ball in low to Martin. Martin to Hallstein. Hallstein layup, no good. Rebounded by Strickland. Strickland's going to want to go up with it, and he does. That one finds his way home. That's 2 more for Strickland.
Everything he's touched this half has turned to gold.
Yes, he's everywhere.
He's at 27 on the night. 9-point lead for Wheaton with 4:10 to play.
Try and keep it under 10 here in the last 4 minutes if you're the Fighting Engineers.
1 possession at a time. It's Haynes to Peters with 10 seconds on the shot clock. He's going to get a screen from Haynes. He's going to roll right. Dribble, drive. Ball's going to be tipped out of bounds off of the knee. Jordy Martin.
We're going to get the under 4 timeout, and then we're going to come back, and there's only going to be 6 on the shot clock. So this is going to be a huge 6 seconds coming out of the timeout.
Media timeout.
I just saw Tischer check in for Wheaton.
With 3:51 to go. It is a 9-point Wheaton lead. It's going to be Wheaton ball with 6 seconds to go on the shot clock as we are going to roll here to a commercial break.
Something I discovered in myself is that if I have a goal, I can accomplish it.
It's a well-rounded experience.
At a Division III school, you primarily
At Hope, it's about challenging your mind. Hope. Learn it, love it, live it.
Out of the media timeout, there's going to be DeMoss to inbound for Wheaton with 6 seconds to go on the shot clock. 3:51 on the game clock. A real defensive test here for Rose-Hulman as they can stop the ball here, get it down to a 3-possession game.
These are critical 6 seconds right here because it's the difference between a 9-point and 11-point game for Rose.
Inbound to Haynes. Haynes with 5, backs on his defender 4-3. Ball is up and no good. Peters with the rebound, offensive. He's going to put that layup in.
You saw his big body there from Peters. My goodness. How many rebounds is he at now? He's at 4 or 5 rebounds now.
With his second offensive.
He's at 21 points too.
In a possession there, you know, if you're Rose-Hulman, you have to check out. You have to find bodies there. One of the more critical possessions is each one is going to be with under 3.5 to go. You just can't allow that to happen.
You can't.
Double bonus now for Rose-Hulman the rest of the way.
Strickland's free throw is good.
Just so smooth from the line. He's 10 of 11 now, Casey, for free throws, and we're going to see, I think, undoubtedly another 30-point game for Strickland.
Guys, there's going to come a point where Rose is going to have to start cutting into this, though. At 3:37, it's down to 9, but it's been at 9 for a while, and they haven't made any more forward progress. So they're just, I mean, at this point, I think the clock is not their friend.
Peters to find Fisher. Tischer to Smith. As you said, Wheaton looking to control all of the clock here.
Get it as close to 3 minutes as you can.
Smith drives baseline and finds Hayes. Hayes backs his man down, a spin move, lefty layup. No good, he's gonna be fouled.
The foul's gonna go on Holstein. And Hout is gonna come back in. You know, Matt Losing was the one who was banging on Haynes in the first half, and he was gonna come into the game early in the second half, and then Coach Shaw pulled him back. And we haven't seen him this half.
Free throw attempted by Nate Haynes is no good. His free throw is becoming a bit of a kryptonite here for Wheaton.
Haynes is a guy who can give you a double-double night in and night out. He's at now 8 points and 8 rebounds, just shy of that double-double.
Wheaton's going to take another timeout.
Lead is pushed back up to 10. 3 and 10 to go.
I think Rose has got to score on this one with 3:10 to go. You know, then I figure you possess the ball, you score with maybe 2:50, 2:45 to go. Wheaton holds it until 2:20, and all of a sudden you're under 2 minutes the next time you get the ball. I just got to believe you've got to be under 8 at that point, or you've got to be at 8.
And what's becoming more of a problem for Rose-Hulman isn't necessarily scoring at the offensive end, but it's those gut-checking defensive possessions. A lot of clock ticks off, and they're not able to stop Wheaton as Wheaton is scoring every time that they've been tested lately.
Or they're getting an offensive rebound and a shot clock reset, which is equally painful.
Yeah, both sides of the ball here. Buckets are huge.
Three-point attempt by Strickland is no good. It's going to be a long rebound by Miller. Miller with a new shot clock, but not exactly what they need with 2:50 to go.
Got to go to work here.
Haupt down low to Miller. Miller off glass. 2 is no good. And it is going to be Tischer at the rebound.
That was tough if you're Rose.
Peters for Wheaton has the ball. If you're Rose-Hulman, you got to think defensive stop, or maybe one more shot at a foul here to get Wheaton to the line.
Yeah, but it's going to be the 10th, and so I think they're going to just try to play good D here. But again, it's going to be under 2 by the time they get it back.
Tischer, the
rare miss.
Rare miss. Step just inside 3-point line. It's going to be Martin on the other end. Martin's going to go coast to coast. Stop in the middle of the lane. He's going to find Duffy. Duffy decides against a 3. The long 2 from 12 feet is no good, and just can't find it there.
All those shots that were falling for Rose between 15 minutes and 5 minutes have now been rolling off.
Got to up the pressure here now if you're fighting an engineer defense.
Yeah, you might need to foul.
Try and foul on Peters, but to no avail. Falls into Fisher. Fisher to Smith. Smith to Peters with 10 on the shot clock. He's going to get a double team down the corner. Smith for 3. It's going to be far right. And a rebound here by Rose-Hulman.
I'd say quick basket and a timeout if you can get it.
There's Haupt looking for Strickland. He finds Martin instead. Strickland off a screen by Haupt to the left.
Nice move.
Martin swings corner to Duffy. They're going to have to put a shot up here soon. Strickland in the lane. The shot fade away. And 3 sides of the rim and no good. Haynes with a large offensive rebound. Using his body well there for Wheaton, and it's going to be Wheaton to go to the line. 1 minute and 1 second, and a 10-point Wheaton lead.
You know, that possession, guys, I think was emblematic of the entire game. Rose-Hulman needed a basket, they needed a quick basket, and they were trying. And Wheaton was just playing great man-to-man defense, and they just couldn't get it. And then Strickland worked hard. He got a good shot, and it rolled off, and there wasn't a lot you could do about it. But the last 4 possessions for Rose, they've had decent shots. And they just haven't fallen. But Wheaton has played great defense the whole time, and they've made Rose-Hulman work. I said earlier, you know, I wonder how tired they were trying to get it down from 20 to 10. and maybe they're tired, and maybe that's why that ball's rolling off.
Yeah, that possession showed for sure.
Both free throws by Wheaton are no good as they are, again, slowly leaving the door crept just a little bit open. 10-point lead in the corner. Martin for three. Oh, that's going to get front rim and in. They cut it to 7, 51 seconds to go. Maybe a little too late as we see this one rattle in.
Nice top spin on that.
Martin, the senior from New Albany, Indiana. Cutting it to 7.
I'm going to bring Holstein back in for Rose-Hulman.
This is big. I mean, you look at the free throw percentage, 4 or 14 for the Thunder for just 28.6%. So you got to knock free throws down here late. And you see open looks there on the offensive end for Rose-Hulman. So really cash in here if you're Wheaton on the free throws down the stretch.
Yeah, Wheaton could have put it away had they made a few more free throws early on, but I mean, with 51 seconds, you think it may be out of reach, but I mean, not as long as there's fouls to give.
Not as long as
well, they don't have fouls to give, but they have free throws to miss, and so I think you got to foul right away.
Wow.
Wheaton able to kill precious seconds on the clock.
Don't foul him.
No.
They didn't have a choice.
It's going to be Fisher to go to the line for Wheaton.
How about Fisher? Just 10 free throw attempts on the season coming into tonight. Has made 9 of them.
Isn't he the one with the really high three-point field goal percentage too?
Yes, he is 33 of 71, 46% from 3.
Well, the first one is no good.
Just misses the free throw.
4 of 15 for Wheaton. If they do advance, you got to believe that's one of the first things that is going to be talked about in the locker room. Second free throw is good. 8-point game, 40 to go. Strickland across the timeline. He attacks middle. He's going to turn the ball over. Going to get Haynes a foul on Holstein.
Just locked down D again from Wheaton.
Yeah.
No complaint there from Strickland either. He knows he was hounded and clean steal.
It's going to be Haynes here to the line to shoot 2 as the first is up and good.
Inching closer and closer to his double-double. That's 9 points, 10 rebounds now for Haynes.
Let's see if he can do it here. The second, no good. Long rebound. Strickland to get the ball, 30 to play. 9-point deficit. Strickland's gonna fire a three-pointer. Front rim, no good, tipped out of bounds. I believe that was off Holstein last. It's gonna go in Wheaton's direction.
Keep on fouling here if you're Rose-Hulman.
Maybe one more shot at it, but with 9 points and 26 seconds, it'll be tough.
They're going to go for the steal first, and they do not get it as Strickland to foul Peters.
It'll be his 4th.
Let's talk about Strickland here real quick. If Rose-Hulman is defeated here tonight, I mean, what a career he's had for the Fighting Engineers. He entered into the game tonight 6th on their all-time scoring list at just over 1,700 for his career. Single season and career free throw made record for the Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. He made 193 on the season. Again, HCAC Player of the Year. Tremendous senior year for Strickland.
Again, Peters.
2 misses?
Two more misses there. A bit of a head scratcher as Strickland drives the lane, layup, no good, and that might seal it here. As no, Holstein keeps the rebound alive. He's going to get the layup to go. 11 seconds to go. We have a 64 to 57 game as Peters runs the baseline. And they're going to elect not to foul here as Smith is going to get the ball. He's going to dribble it out here. 5-4. That's going to be the game as Wheaton Thunder advances with a 64 to 57 victory over Rose-Hulman, the Fighting Engineers. It is Wheaton to take on the winner, or the advancing team, of the later matchup tonight between Penn State-Behrend and Hope College.
Yeah, Wheaton advances now to the 7 p.m. game tomorrow night here at DeVos Fieldhouse. And wow, you got your 21 from Tyler Peters, your Conference Player of the Year and stud for Wheaton. 21 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. He does it all. A couple triple-doubles earlier in the season, too. And again, one thing that sticks out, though, 2 of 11 from the line for Peters. He could be well at 25 or over if he's cashing in on some of those free throws.
Well, that is going to be it for tonight's first round game, as we have a final score of Wheaton Thunder 64 and Rose-Hulman 57. Thank you very much for tuning in, and you can catch us back here in just a few moments for the game between Penn State-Behrend and Hope College. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening.
All right, I'm testing the mic. Can you hear me? Picking it up. Can you see if we're picking this up real quick? Testing, testing. Can you pick me up? Can you hear me? Hopefully they can hear me.
This is dynamic mic, so that's the problem, I guess. Oh, I see.
What's the time now?
What's that?
Is it 7 right now?
Now it's like 7:20.
Oh. Yeah, we're 1 time zone behind.
Okay, hey guys, is it loud enough? You can call me. Hello. Mic testing mic. So one person will be sitting as far out as it is now. Hello. Do you hear me?
They're apparently still testing out here.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. They told me they were good to go.
It's good to go? Okay.
Can you just switch over then?
Over to what?
I'll run the camera. Can you just switch on the board? Are we good? Okay,
Yes.
want us up here?
Yeah. Right here, Coach Shower. And right here, Tyler. All right. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I know what number you're looking at.
He was real good otherwise.
Oh boy.
It's all right.
Hi, this is Hope College Sports Information Director Alan Babbitt here with two members of the victorious Wheaton Thunder in tonight's NCAA Division III men's basketball tournament first round game. I have Coach Mike Schauer of the Wheaton Thunder and Tyler Peters. Coach, if you could begin with an opening statement, and then we'll open for questions.
Yes, really pleased with our guys. Rose-Hulman is a difficult team to play. They take 25, 30 seconds on every possession and make the game just kind of just difficult, hard to play, hard to keep momentum going. I thought our guys handled that very well. Really pleased. I thought we defended well. I thought we executed offensively well. I think I told them in the locker room is don't let the fact that we missed a ton of free throws affect the fact that we played extraordinarily well. We just didn't finish it, but I thought we played really well. I thought Tyler was special minus the foul shots, and I thought Peter Smith was really important tonight. We got in foul trouble pretty quickly with Tyler and Braden, and Peter was able to spend most of the game guarding Julian Strickland, which is not what we came into the game planning to do, but his versatility allowed us to make sure Tyler and Braden got enough minutes to be productive.
Coach kind of walked through the game here. The first half, led by 8 for much of it, and 14 and a half. Just sort of really crept along to get that lead. Can you just tell me about the first half? What you like just to hold that lead and not really let Rose-Hulman into the game at all in the first?
Yeah, again, against them, a 14-point lead is pretty significant because the game is so short. The number of possessions are so much less. And so I really felt like we controlled play in that first half. And had we not gotten in foul trouble, I really liked where we were going to be. We just sort of had to scramble with matchups. But I thought our guys, obviously you guys haven't seen us play, but the last 3 games we've played, we really executed our defense at a pretty high level. And when we do that, we're a pretty good team.
Yeah, Julian Strickland only had 9 in that first, and then he kind of erupted in that
Yep.
second a little bit. Tell me about him and what was kind of the defensive strategy against him for you guys?
Yeah, well, again, the strategy kind of went out the window because Tyler was going to play him. But in my mind, I went, if he gets a foul early, I've got to move Tyler because he's too valuable to us in other areas. And Ty got an early offensive foul call that sort of then changed the whole complexion of the matchups. And I think Julian's a pretty special player. The game was called tightly, which that's not a critique of it, but there were a lot of foul shots taken, more than sometimes we're used to. So he was hard to guard tonight. But he's a pretty special player. I'm familiar with him for a number of reasons. So it was fun to watch. 2 of the very best players in the country played tonight on that floor.
Yeah. Tyler, for your game in that second, you guys all of a sudden jumped up to a 20-point lead in that second. What went into that just to get that lead real quick right in that second half?
Yeah, well, I think it all came down to Braden Tischer just hitting shots. I think he went off for about 10, 12 in a row there. And that's just Braden. He's a great player, and that's his shot, those pull-ups, and he was on fire and unconscious, and we just kind of gave him the ball, let him go to work. I think I was on the bench watching it, but that was fun. So he just started that, and then we had other guys contribute and play really well in those first few minutes of that half. So
yeah, you hit some big buckets when they started creeping back in there, cut it to 8, even to 7 right at the end there too. And tell me about your game, and when they got back in there, did you kind of feel the need to pick up your game a little bit?
Yeah, well, obviously when a team comes back like that, you don't want to start forcing shots. So I just went back to something I was comfortable with. Coach started calling some plays to get me into the post, and I think that's where I'm best. And so just getting it down there and trying to finish around the bucket was just what I needed to do, and just getting it out in transition a little bit. We're really good in transition, and just trying to get some points, some easy ones that way as well. So
thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congrats, guys.
Thanks.
I post this out. Great, thanks, Elliot.
Oops, yep, I got it, Coach.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to DeVos Fieldhouse in scenic Holland, Michigan for the second game of our doubleheader tonight. Tonight, we are still at the first round of the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Tournament. This matchup will pit the host, Hope College Flying Dutchmen, and the visitors, the Lions of Penn State University, Erie, the Barron College. The pleasure's all mine, everybody. My name is Will DeBoer, alongside Casey Rutledge and Dr. Dean Vanderstoop. First, we're going to go to the national anthem, and then we'll give you a preview of this game.
We hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ron Radcliffe.
Nice job.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the DeVos Fieldhouse here on the campus of Hope College for tonight's NCAA Men's Division III Men's Tournament Contest first round. Tonight's featured teams include the Lions of Penn State-Behrend and the Hope College Flying Dutchmen. Here are tonight's starting lineups. First for the Lions at 1 forward, a 6-foot junior from Erie, Pennsylvania, number 11, Keith Wallace. And at 1 forward for the Flying Dutchman, a 6'3 senior from Holland, Michigan, number 12, Grant Neal. At 1 forward for the Lions, a 6'6 sophomore from Erie, Pennsylvania, number 21, Mike Knoll. And at 1 forward for the Flying Dutchman, a 6'7 freshman from Hudsonville, Michigan, number 5, Cody Stivey. Starting at center for the Lions, a 6'9 senior from Westlake, Ohio, number 30, Shane Skelly. And at center for the Flying Dutchman, a 6'10 senior from Grand Haven, Michigan, number 35, Nate Van Arendonk. At 1 guard for the Lions, a 6-foot junior from Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, number 3, Nick Delicio. And at 1 guard for the Flying Dutchman, a 6-foot sophomore from Carmel, Indiana, number 23, Ben Gardner. And at the final guard spot for the Lions, a 5'11 senior from Sewickley, Pennsylvania, number 4, Casey Cornine. And at the final guard spot for the Flying Dutchman, a 6'2 sophomore from Grand Haven, Michigan, number 10, Alex Edson. Penn State-Behrend is coached by Dave Nyland. Hope College is coached by Matt Neal. Your officials this evening, Mr. Rob Walgate, Mr. Nate Boudreau, and Mr. Matt Abbott. Your alternate official, Mr. Arnulfo Perez.
To the home court. It's a pretty good crowd, as we will pan the audience and show you. Penn State's probably not used to playing in a facility like this. Hope College does have a decided home court advantage, but I will say this. The last 3 games from Hope College have not been good. They almost lost to a very weak Alma team. They got out by the hair of their chin in the semifinals against Trine. They almost lost that game in overtime, and then they got drubbed by arch rival Calvin in the tournament final. So they are here as an at-large bid. They are not the automatic qualifier, and they need to play better tonight than they have in the last 3 games.
Hope College sneaking in the back door of the tournament, but breaking down that door, hosting here at DeVos Fieldhouse. We've got Hope, we've got PSU Behrend, We've got Division III college basketball from DeVos Fieldhouse, and 3 of us will take you through that epic journey which you are about to see. Nate Van Arendonk of Hope to take the tip off against Shane Skelly of Behrend, and here we go from DeVos. Ben Gardner of Hope controls it, gives it up to Corey Stivey. Stivey, the freshman, getting significant more minutes as the season has gone on. Back to Gardner in the corner, brings it towards the center. Alex Edson, leading scorer on the team. Van Arendonk on Skelly, moving inside. Van Arendonk, spin move, and in.
That's going to be an interesting matchup all night as Skelly, a returner here for Behrend. Let's see how we can attack Nate Van Arendonk down low.
Hope College on the board. Here's Behrend on the attack, inside to Shane Skelly. Skelly, the turnaround hook shot, no good. Rebound by Van Arendonk. Ben Gardner looking to push it, gives it to Edson. Edson to Gardner, to Van Arendonk. Hands off to Grant Neal, the senior, son of Coach Matt Neal. Inside to Van Arendonk. Van Arendonk looking. He's going to cross it to Stivey. Stivey moving in, pitches it out to Neal. Neal, the shot, and it goes in.
That's a big shot for Grant Neal. He's not often an offensive threat, but if you can get him going early, he can be an outlet to any one of these scores for the starting 5 for the Dutch.
He didn't score in the Calvin game, but he has scored in this one. Hope College leads 4-0. Behrend looking to respond. Into the corner is Mike Knoll. Knoll hands it off to Nick DeLizio. DeLizio, the team's leading scorer. Neal guarding DeLizio. DeLizio comes inside, athletic layup, and it's in.
DeLizio is a player you got to watch out for as he put up 26 points in a couple games back in a conference tournament game. He's one that can score early and often.
They have not had a close game. They've been beating their opponents quite handily recently.
Same thing could be said of Hope before those close games. Well, Hope College getting the experience of playing in a tight game, the sort of game you'll expect in an NCAA tournament. We'll
Skelly
see.
and Van Arendonk, it's a Division I matchup in terms of bodies. 2 6'9"ers going at each other.
Here's Stivey gives it off to Edson. Edson to Gardner. Gardner feeds Van Arendonk, going inside. Van Arendonk double teamed and the steal forced by Casey Kerneen. He forces the jump ball, and possession will go to the Lions.
That's one thing that's kind of eaten Van Arendonk up all year, as he likes to put the ball on the floor immediately after he catches the ball. He's got to learn that it's okay to just pivot right off when he catches the ball. And he looked right at Coach Neal and said, I know I did it wrong there.
Put his hands down by his waist, saying, I dropped the ball below my waist. I know I can't do that. It's good defense by Behrend.
And a turnover forced by the Dutchman. Keith Wallace of Penn State could not control the ball. Hope with the lead and the basketball. 2 minutes in, 4-2 Dutch. Ben Gardner, screen set by Van Arendonk. Gardner moving inside, pitches it out to Van Arendonk, overthrew him, and here comes Keith Wallace the other way for the Lions. Wallace hands it off to Knoll. Knoll with the layup. Mike Knoll.
Nice transition by Penn State Behrend. That might be the secret to them scoring 77 points a game on average. They get it up and down. That was a great play.
Shutting down the middle of the paint. Did the Lions in the last few possessions. They have tied this game. Edson tried to get it to Neal, and Wallace is there again with the steal. Keith Wallace all over the place in the early minutes of this game. Wallace goes up, doesn't get a shot off. Neal on defense. And no one's made a call yet.
I think we're going to stay down there. Penn State Behrend ball and knocked out of bounds by Hope.
All right, you are, Scott.
Neal wanted to travel there but didn't get it.
Nick DeLizio, 6-foot junior out of Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, went to Central Valley High School. Here's Shane Skelly. Skelly gets off to DeLizio. Guarded by Gardner. DeLizio going inside, and he draws the foul.
I think you can make some early comparisons between DeLizio's game and Gardner's game. Both not huge in size at just 6 foot, or at least that's what they're at the roster. But I think both players like to slice and dice, get the ball off the dribble, and create their own shots.
DeLizio takes the inbound pass from Kerneen. 3 minutes in the game. It's a 4-4 tie. DeLizio hands it off to Kerneen. Kerneen's a good three-point shooter. Step back jumper, 15-foot, no good. Rebound tipped by Stivey, handed off by Van Arendonk to Gardner. Here is Edson now for the Dutchman. Gardner gives it to Stivey. Cody Stivey had 18 points against Trine in the semifinals of the MIAA tournament. Saved Hope in that game in an overtime victory as Gardner puts up the layup. No good. Rebound is pulled down by Knoll, and here come the Lions. Kerneen gives it to Keith Wallace. Back to Kerneen. Neal guarding him, gives it off to Wallace. Wallace moving inside on Edson. Wallace with the layup and in. Keith Wallace fakes Alex Edson out of his shoes, and he gives Penn State their first lead of the ball game.
Wallace, a player full of energy. He's doing it both on the offensive and defensive end, as he's proving very, very tough to guard.
Here's Edson inside to Van Arendonk. Skelly got a hand on it, and he tips it out of bounds. Hope will keep possession, and that'll bring us to our first media timeout of the half. The score at the 15:54 mark. It's the Behrend Lions 6, Flying Dutchman of Hope College 4.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
We're back here at DeVos Fieldhouse. 6-4, Penn State in the lead here on hope.edu/live. This Hope College Department of Communication broadcast. Will DeBoer, Casey Rutledge, Dr. Scott, and Vander Stoop. And early on in the game here, I think, Casey, Scott, Penn State's athleticism is what has allowed them to take this early lead.
Yeah, I would say so. Active, as we said earlier, on both offensive and defensive ends. And you have a player like Keith Wallace who brings such energy, and he's able to get to the rim and sneak by defenders, get around defenders. You have DeLizio, who is a small player too, but full of energy, who can, you know, be an offsetting issue for your defensive game plan.
You know, guys, we both worked the first game between Rose-Hulman and Wheaton, and I know it was a smaller crowd. I know the band wasn't playing well, maybe they were playing timeouts, but you just feel this is a different game. It's more athletic. There's more freedom of movement. People are making more offensive plays, whereas in that first half of that first game, that was a grinder.
Yeah.
And I just don't feel that. It'll be interesting. I think we're going to see more offense. I mean, look at Penn State-Behrend. They've scored 74 points a game. They like to play, whereas Wheaton was much more of a defensive team. We'll see once whether Hope's defense or Behrend's offense wins out over the long haul tonight.
In football, it's usually the defense that wins out. A different animal here in basketball. Gardner with 8 to shoot. Gardner looking for some help. Cross-court pass to Neal, and it's intercepted. Going the other way, it's Keith Wallace again. Wallace tried to get out to DeLizio, but he overthrew him.
Well, we haven't seen the best play out of Ben Gardner down the stretch. The last 4 or 5 games, he's been plagued by turnovers, and it just looks a little bit uncomfortable as Carlson has been able to take some valuable minutes from him. But just, I think Coach Neal's just trying to find something that works.
Matt Neal in his 4th season at the helm of the Dutchman, looking to make it a deep run in this NCAA tournament. Stivey will attempt a 3-pointer and make it. Cody Stivey with his first 3, and he's known to do that, Case.
Quick trigger by the freshman who's never scared to launch.
6'7" out of Hudsonville, Michigan. Penn State looking to respond. Inside is Zane Hackett. Gets it back out to Casey Kerneen. Back to Hackett. Hackett hands it off to Kerneen again. Back to Hackett. Give and go between those two guys. Here's Keith Wallace moving inside, 9 to shoot. Thought about the shot, but Gardner played the tough defense. Gets it out to DeLizio. DeLizio 5 to shoot. Tried to put off the shot as well. He has to put up a wild one. It's no good. Neal chases down the rebound, and Hope's defense holds.
Good defense by Gardner there on Wallace.
And the Lions wanted to take at least 2 shots on that one, and they had to wait until a 3rd chance to get one up. Gardner swings it to Edson. Edson inside to Van Arendonk, working on Hackett. Pitches it back out to Edson. Edson with 12 to shoot. Edson coming inside, hands off to Gardner. Gardner moving into the paint with a layup, and it bounces around. No, Van Arendonk with the tip. It goes.
That's a key to Gardner's game, is getting into the paint, being able to get work off of ball screens. And I think that he showed an advantage there.
And Nate Van Arendonk, the tallest player on the floor for both teams, gives Hope a 9-6 lead. 6 minutes into the first half. Casey Kerneen hands it off to Keith Wallace. Wallace, a hometown boy out of Erie, Pennsylvania, draws the foul, and he'll stay on the floor.
We're going to get another. We're going to get another local product here from Strong Vincent High School. Malcolm Pulliam is coming in. He's a freshman, 5'11" guard.
Pulliam. That may be the favorite name I have ever broadcast in a basketball game.
Terrific.
A couple substitutions for Hope as well. You have Corey McMahon, number 44, and Brock Benson, number 40. Here is Malquan Pulliam. Pulliam running the offense. Gives it out to Hackett. Hackett back to Wallace. Wallace to DeLizio. Inside to Hackett, and he puts it in. Easy basket for Zane Hackett.
Great post move by Hackett. He used his body well. Got was it Brock Benson, I think, on his hip.
Here is Benson inside to Neal. Neal posting up, gives it back to Benson. Benson goes up, draws a foul. And that one will go against Wes Davik. And it'll send Brock Benson to the free throw line.
I just get the sense this game is going to be close from start to finish. I don't, you know, we had a 20-pointer in game one that ended up getting a little closer. Of course, I've been wrong about 80% of the time tonight, so.
Seesaw battle as Caleb Byers comes into the game for the Dutchman. He's joined by Sam Otto. Brock Benson, he's a prolific scorer when he gets minutes, but he gets into foul trouble so often that those minutes are limited.
You can already see Hope College getting into their bench. Has only one starters on the floor right now.
Pulliam pushing it. Hands off to DeLizio. DeLizio with the three. Got it! Nick DeLizio with the tray, and he puts the Lions back up.
Pure shooter. That was beautiful. Oh, that's illegal.
Hard screen called on Byers, and they're not going to let him get away with that one.
And leaning just a little bit, and it happened right in front of the official, right in front of the Penn State-Behrend bench. That's usually going to be an illegal screen.
Yeah, you want to make yourself a tower in those situations. Unfortunately for Byers, it was the leaning tower.
Yeah.
Here is Wallace. Wallace hands it off to Pulliam. Pulliam swings it to DeLizio inside. Zane Hackett going up again.
One thing that you notice by this Penn State-Behrend team, exceptional ball movement. They're always looking for the open man and the best opportunity that they can get to score.
That was terrific ball movement.
Sam Otto looking for some offense here for the Dutchman. Otto to Byers. Byers will take the occasional three, not in that sort of coverage though. Benson working inside, loses it. Gardner gets it back up. Floater, got it! And the foul.
You know, prior to that foul, Keith Wallace was playing great defense. First, I think it was on Otto, and then came down on help side on Benson, and almost had the steal. And then the loose ball came to Army, and just a little too overly aggressive there, and kind of hit him on the back of his head. But that was a good defensive sequence.
Gardner misses his free throw. He doesn't do that very often. But 2 points for Ben Gardner, the sophomore guard, brings Hope back within one. DeLizio hands it off to Hackett. Back to DeLizio. DeLizio moving to the baseline. Swing it into Wes Davik. Loses it. Davik chases it back down. Again gets it to Wallace. Wallace. Davik was calling for it. Didn't get it. Here's DeLizio. 10 seconds on the shot clock. We'll see if he falls for the chance of the Duke crew. And he did. And a rejection by Brock Benson.
Big time rejection there as Benson stayed on his feet long enough and timed the shot perfectly.
Wow. Okay, we're coming back from this under 12 media, and there's only 5 seconds on the shot clock, so this will be an interesting possession for Penn State-Behrend. They won't have the ball for very long.
We will see. In the meantime, let's talk about this team from Erie, Pennsylvania. 6th snowest city in America, right up there near Buffalo and Pittsburgh and Cleveland, all those places.
I guess this is the battle of the Great Lakes. We've got Erie, Pennsylvania against Holland, Michigan this evening. So
a familiar sight for those Erie fans coming into the snow, although they caught it at a time when it's all melting outside.
You know, Penn State has been selected as one of the best Division III men's programs in the 2000s. Dave Nyland is in his 20th year. He's been very successful there. They are, as I said earlier, they are league and tournament champions. And they've won 23 games, and that's a very impressive. And you can tell why. In the first 8 minutes here, you can tell they have some very talented basketball players, and they move the ball, as you said, Casey, very well. Good team concept.
And one thing that KSU Behrend does well is defend. They're known around the nation, nation's 5th toughest defense. They allow just under 60 at 58.5 points a game. And this is a team that's going to get after on the defensive end. They're aggressive, they're tough, they're quick, and they're going to limit a lot of teams.
Coming up to the end of this media timeout, 11:53 remaining in the first half. Penn State-Behrend leads Hope. 13-12 is the score. Lions sending out Delizio and Pulliam and Hackett and Wallace and Wes Davick. On the floor for Hope, Byers, McMahon, Otto, Benson, and Chad Carlson, the 5'7" freshman guard. 3 to shoot for Delizio. Delizio loses it, puts up a wild floater, and does not go for him. Carlson pulls down the rebound, the shortest man on the floor for both teams. Carlson, McMahon, quick jumper, good! 2 points for Corey McMahon.
Between McMahon and Stivey, two players who a pure shooter mentality. They want to get the ball and they want to get their shots up right away.
Here's Malquan Pulliam, guarded by Carlson. Hands it off to Wallace. Wallace calling for some help. Gives it to Delizio. Delizio inside to Hackett. Hackett working on Benson. And the 3 is attempted. It's no good. Rebound is pulled down by Byers. That was Malquan Pulliam who took that shot. Missed it. Hope looking to build on its 1-point lead. And Byers tried to feed Benson inside. Benson draws the foul. Zane Hackett got a little too friendly on that one.
You're going to see a lot of the one-on-one matchups down low, whether it's Benson or Van Arendonk. Hope is kind of playing a shell offense, having 4 guys, 4-out offense. Guys are on the perimeter looking for that one-on-one matchup.
Casey Kerning back into the game for the Lions. Benson looking to hand it off to one of his guards, and he gives it off to Carlson. Carlson, screen set by Byers. Feeds Byers. Top of the circle, and there's a whistle. And I think they're going to call another foul on Penn State. They do. This time they get Shane Skelly with the reach-in foul. 4th foul against the Lions in the first part of this first half. Sam Otto to inbound for the Dutchman. Otto hands off to McMahon. McMahon with a quick 3-pointer, missed it. Rebound is tipped and knocked out of bounds. Sam Otto went after it. He could not keep it in bounds, and it will go to Penn State-Behrend. Malquan Pulliam, the 5'11" freshman out of Strong Vincent High School, Erie, Pennsylvania. Skelly working on Benson. Benson falls over, and a wide-open 3-pointer for Kerning. Made it.
A lot of bodies hit the deck there. Benson runs into Otto.
And
self-destruct defensively.
A shooter like Kerning is not going to miss with a wide-open shot like that. As Otto moves inside, hands it off to McMahon. McMahon thought about taking a 3, decided against it. Inside to Byers. Byers posting up with the layup. The left hand, he made it.
You know, he's not a tall player, but he is strong. I don't think he never loses a battle in the post. He is just a very strong player. Foul's going to go on Benson, I think, off the ball.
Brock Benson, number 40. His first foul. We'll see how quick he is to pick up a second if he does.
Might see Coach Neal come back in with the. He's got his second 5 in right now. They provide him valuable minutes and give the starters a rest.
A very deep lineup for Hope College as Pulliam went up with a shot. No good. Rebound is by Shane Skelly, and he puts it in. Skelly with the putback layup, and the Lions are back up.
First points for Skelly.
Offensive rebounds key. And Skelly knows how to do it. One of 2 seniors on this PSU-Behrend team.
Here's McMahon inside to Benson. Benson posting up on Skelly. Inside to Otto. And Wallace with another interception. Keith Wallace going the other way. Finds Pulliam. Pulliam under the basket. The pass was too strong, and he could not save it in bounds. Ball going back to Hope College.
Broken play there on the fast break by Behrend, but what are we noticing here? It's again Wallace with a defensive play. He's been in and out of passing lanes all night. Hope College is going to have to take care of the ball better, otherwise they're going to fall trapped to this Penn State-Behrend defense.
He has great anticipation. He's always around the ball. He's a terrific defensive player.
Changes for both halves. Van Arendonk back into the game for Hope, and a new face for the Lions, Chris Dudzinski, number 23. As Van Arendonk goes inside, puts up a hard layup, and he's fouled. Another foul against Skelly.
Yeah.
Number 2 for him. And we see Zane Hackett, number 44, coming over to the scorer's bench for Behrend.
Well, coach never wants to be in foul trouble, but if you trade in Hackett for Skelly, I don't know a lot about this team, but my sense in watching the first 10 minutes is you don't lose a whole lot. They're both very good in the post.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just Scully with just over 10 points a game and Hackett at 9, both rebounding the ball well at 6 and 6.5.
Van Arendonk makes both of his free throws. He's a 61% shooter from the line. That'll improve his percentage by a couple hundredths of a point.
That's something that Nate Van Arendonk did well down the stretch in the MIAA tournament, whether it was against Tryon or Calvin. He's really been learning from the free throw line, having a lot of confidence and growing in that.
The Tryon game especially, he hit 2 free throws with 20 seconds to go in regulation that sent that Tryon game into overtime. Saving Hope's season and sending them into this first round of the NCAA tournament. They find themselves leading Penn State-Behrend by 1, 9 minutes to go in the first half.
Hope shooting 7 for 10 from the field, 70% early on.
If you're a Hope fan, you gotta say that'll do.
Got to limit those turnovers.
And Hackett with a spin move outside to Knoll. Knoll with the open shot, and he makes it. Mike Knoll, 6'6", taking it from relatively far away.
They got a lot of options on offense, don't they?
Sure do. Carlson to Otto. Otto on the left wing looking for somebody. Otto inside of Van Arendonk, knocked away by Hackett, and another interception by Penn State.
He's just not going to be able to get an entry pass from that location by Otto. He's going to have to dribble down, bring it down below the wing in order to enter that correctly.
Delizio working on Carlson. Out to Kernine, wide open for 3, and he missed it. Carlson with the rebound, pushing it. Here come the Dutchmen. Hand off to Otto. Otto, spin move, back to Carlson. Carlson rejected in the corner. Delizio with his 6-foot body getting up and blocking the 5'7" stature of Carlson.
Here come the starters back in. You know, Hope Will has 7 turnovers already in the first 12 minutes of the game, due largely to Penn State having great anticipation and knocking balls away on passes.
Keith Walls is responsible for about half of those, Scott. There's Alex Edson, team's leading scorer, has not scored in this game so far, 12 minutes into the first half. Grant Neal. Neal gives it to Edson. Edson back to Gardner. Swings it to Stivey. Thought about the 3. Instead gives it off to Neal. Neal, 8 to shoot. Neal stops his dribble. Knocked away, out of bounds by Chris Dudzinski.
Active hands by Penn State-Behrend. This defense is disciplined. Oh my.
And that'll bring us to our third media timeout of the half. 7:52 remaining in the first half from DeVos Fieldhouse. It's Penn State-Behrend 20 and Hope College 18.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
And we're back at DeVos Fieldhouse here. Penn State-Behrend leads Hope 20-18. 7:52 remaining in the first half. Will DeBoer alongside Casey Rutledge and Dr. Scott Vanderstoop. And boys, from Hope's standpoint, they're getting their shots in when they can get them off. This intense Penn State-Behrend defense preventing them from getting more than 10, 11 shots off so far in the first half.
Well, yeah, and you look, Penn State-Behrend has attempted 7 more shots. And, shooting good for them too at 50%. But yeah, turnovers is an issue right now. Hope College has 7 turnovers, a few of them being in transition, just poor decision making.
You know, it's a different kind of defense than Wheaton College played, though. It's more athletic. They're a little bit off the ball handlers a little bit more, and they have great anticipation. They're deflecting, they're knocking balls out of bounds, and you know, it just drives a player crazy when they can't get into their rhythm, and they're always having to inbound the ball. So in addition to the 7 turnovers, it's just very disruptive for them because they can't see, because you just can't get into your sets as easily.
Neal to inbound for the Dutchman, inside to Van Arendonk. 5 to shoot. Van Arendonk lost it, going out of bounds, and I think they're going to call him on a foul.
Yeah, that's a tough call.
What did we say just a second ago? Last time he touched the ball, essentially down low, is he wants to put the ball on the ground. There's just no need there.
Van Arendonk has 6 points, but
that's a tough luck foul. I mean, he committed it, but as my high school coach used to say, he didn't mean to.
Well, the meaning is irrelevant.
That's why that argument was always unconvincing.
He went on to become a lawyer, didn't he? turnover by the Lions, and Hope College will push it, looking to even this game or take the lead with a 3. Ben Gardner with 2 points in this game so far. Relatively bottled up by the Lion defense. Stivey had that 3 earlier in the game. We haven't seen much of him since. Edson into Van Arendonk. Van Arendonk, 15 to shoot. He's double teamed. And Barron forces another jump ball. Getting on the action was Dudzinski. Got his hands on the ball and forced another possession change.
You know, Hope, that's all right. I'm sorry. Hope gets into the post there, but they have great drop-down defense. There's always 2 guys on the post player.
Gardner, 10 to shoot. Neal to Edson. Edson takes the long 3 and makes it.
There it is.
Alex Edson getting off the schneid for the Dutchman, and he gives Hope College a 21-20 lead, and that gets the Hope College Dew crew excited. They're the student section here at DeVos Fieldhouse.
3-pointers have been important all season long for Hope College. They have attempted a lot, but they have a fantastic 3-point field goal percentage all year too.
Here's Kerneen. Kerneen moving inside to Hackett, and he gets Hacketed. Hey, I'm working.
There it is.
We won't grade you on your jokes or your puns.
Oh, thank goodness. Still need to graduate after all. Second foul on Van Arendonk in the last couple minutes, and we have Caleb Byers will come in for him.
Common theme for the big fella during his career has been foul trouble among many other great things, but we're nothing. We're 4-2, seeing Byers and Benson both get into the game early this game already.
Keith Wallace getting back into the game for Penn State.
I like Keith Wallace's game. He's good on both ends of the floor. He has great anticipation, and he's unselfish with the ball.
Hackett makes both his free throws. He's a 68% shooter from the line. And a seesaw battle here at DeVos Fieldhouse. The seesaw keeps going. Penn State 22, Hope 21. 6.5 minutes to go in the first half. Gardner working. He's working hard, but he's working a long way to go nowhere. Stivey with a pull-up 18-footer, banks it in. Cody Stivey taking the step and taking what Penn State gave him.
If I'm Coach Nyland, I'll say you can take that all the time. It really wasn't the shot that Hope wanted. It's not going to go in every time.
Keith Wallace hands it off to Kerneen. Inside to Hackett. Missed the point-blank layup. Hope College looking to capitalize. Here is Gardner, hands off to Stivey. 4-3, yes!
Cody Stivey, the freshman.
And that'll force a timeout by Coach Nyland. 6:03 remaining in the first half. Cody Stivey catching fire, 5 points in the last minute, and Hope with a 26-22 lead.
That's one thing we love to see out of Stivey, and one thing that was very obvious in the trying game. He's able to catch fire. He's a shooter, pure shooter at that, and anytime this guy can get hot, it's a good thing.
You know, that sequence was very interesting. Van Arendonk got his second. They went right to Hackett, who had a big height mismatch against Byers, and they got what they wanted. It was almost an uncontested layup, and then he missed it, and Hope came right back down the other way. That's really a 5-point turnaround. That was exactly what Coach Nyland wanted, but they just couldn't convert that relatively easy layup on the matchup that they wanted.
Penn State, Aaron not making many mistakes in this first half, but Hope College capitalizing on the few they get.
I'll be interested to see who Byers guards now. Will he go back to Hackett? He's a strong man, but he's just not as tall as Van Arendonk. He's back on Hackett.
Here's Nick DeLizio, hands it off to Hackett. Hackett hands it off to Keith Wallace. Wallace guarded by Sam Otto, who's back into the game. No, that's Edson, excuse me. DeLizio to Hackett. Hackett back to DeLizio. DeLizio, 15 to shoot. Guarded by Gardner. Gardner slips. DeLizio, shot, yes!
Good answer for Barron. They needed that, because that 5-point sequence that worked against them was a...
Nick DeLizio with 7 points. He averages 13 per game. And Gardner controls the ball. They're going to get Kerneen on a ticky-tack foul.
It's his first. Both teams have 16 fouls, so we'll go 1-1 the rest of the way with 5:27.
Edson to inbound. Gives it out to Byers. Back to Edson. Edson for 3. Missed it. Rebound is pulled down by Kerneen.
That's a good look by Edson. Just didn't get it to fall.
Nick DeLizio coming over. Byers comes to help, and they're going to get Byers on the blocking foul.
I think that's going to happen a lot of times when the 6'5", 6'6" defender gets thrown that far by a guard that's only 6 foot. A little bit of flop there.
And that's going to be 1 and 1 for Barron. It's going to be 2 on Byers, and so I think we're going to have Benson. Yep. We're running out of post players who don't have 2 fouls.
Getting in foul trouble here, and now Benson has the 1.
You see a little bit of Harrison Blackledge. If this continues.
Rims out, 1 and 1. Penn State will not get a second, and they will not get the ball. Out of bounds, going to Hope.
Harrison Blackledge, a freshman from Canton, Ohio, not far from Erie.
A basketball player from Canton. You mean they have those? They have more than just football there. Here's Ben Gardner inside to Neal. Knocked away again. Body's flying everywhere. The ball is flying out of bounds. It'll go to Penn State.
That was a crazy play. I'm glad I didn't have to officiate that.
Penn State getting their hands again in there again, Casey. That was their 9th turnover.
Yeah, they have turned Hope College over 9 times. And I think at this point it's just an effort defensively.
Only 4 turnovers for the Lions. 5 minutes to go in the first half. Down by 2. Penn State looking to tie it or take the lead again. Here is Kernine. Hands it off to Knoll. Knoll inside to Hackett. Hackett into Knoll. Knoll with the layup and in.
Benson got lucky there. He totally should have got a foul called, but the ref just missed it.
Alex Edson inside to Benson. Benson looking, pitches out to Stivey. Stivey takes the 3, short. Rebound offensive by Benson. Knocked in the air by Wallace once again, and Keith Wallace going the other way. It's a 2-on-3, and he's going to wait for his soldiers to get back. DeLizio, baseline, floater, bounces, and in.
I love the play out of Keith Wallace. He reminds me a lot of last year, one of last year's collegiate best, Victor Oladipo. Just very, very high energy. This guy's all over the court, man.
He's a terrific player.
Hope Parsons getting into this one, trying to encourage their lads. Gardner slicing his way inside, and he's going to the free throw line after a hard foul.
It's going to go on Knoll. I think that's his second.
Foul trouble all around, and that'll bring us
first foul on Knoll.
Foul trouble all around, not for Knoll, and that brings us to our 4th media timeout of the half. And before we talk any further about this game, for any Hope College fans listening, we'd be remiss if we did not tell you that the Hope College women, who entered the tournament undefeated, remain undefeated. They will advance to the 2nd round. They knocked off Wisconsin Lutheran by the score of 60-54 this evening in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And they will face the winner of the Carthage game in the 2nd round.
Carthage and I believe one of the UW teams. I'm blocking on who that is.
Interesting draw for the women as undefeated season, the #1 overall ranking in all of the nation, but they didn't get to host this year.
The NCAA does give preference to the men hosting in even years and the women hosting in odd years. I was still actually quite surprised because the Hope men were not the automatic qualifier, but they did have a very strong strength of schedule. They had some good wins, and they won their league outright. And Holland, Michigan is one of those places. They have good hotel availability. We also have good seating here. And so that
beautiful facility here, DeVos Fieldhouse.
Does work in Hope's favor when it comes to hosting. I think the women certainly would have hosted if the men had not been in it with a 27-0 record. For all you listening in Erie, I did talk to Dr. Streeter, the athletic director at Penn State-Behrend, and he sends his wishes, and he said that there would be quite a few people listening in Erie and Penn State-Behrend fans. So we're hoping we provide you with a good view of your Barron Lions this evening as they take on the home team, Hope College Flying Dutchman.
Hello, Erie! Ben Gardner coming to the free throw line out of the timeout. Gardner, he's a sophomore out of Carmel, Indiana. That's a suburb of Indianapolis. Makes his first free throw. And that's what you like to see and what you expect to see from Hoosier boys. Indiana basketball, a second religion of sorts. As Gardner makes his second, Hope College
that wouldn't be spoken by a Lafayette man, would it?
No, it'd be spoken by a West Lafayette man, actually. There's a difference. 28-28, Kernine bringing it up, guarded by Neal. Back to Wallace. Wallace feeds Knoll inside, and he makes the basket.
There it is, that offensive movement, ball movement, swing, and score.
Behrend finding the holes in the defense.
Keith Wallace is playing a great game on both ends. He only has 2 points, but he has been responsible for a lot of Behrend's success here as they lead by 2 early on.
Lions spark plug. And here's Harrison Blackledge. Hands it off to Edson. Edson had it stripped. Another turnover. Nick DeLizio getting in on the action that time. DeLizio pushing it. Hands it off to Kernine. Kernine back to DeLizio. 3 from the top of the circle. Rims out. Rebound by Blackledge. Ben Gardner. Gardner working to the baseline instead. Hands it to Edson. Blackledge at the top of the circle working inside. Blackledge stops dribble. Tried to get it to Benson, and he threw it into 3 Lions. And there's the dunk by Hackett. Zane Hackett with authority.
He's going to go to the line, too.
I did not see that coming. That was a terrific play.
The Lions student section roaring behind us for Zane Hackett, the 6'7" sophomore out of Brookville, Pennsylvania.
Fouls on...
I think that went on Neal.
Yep, you're right.
As Hackett completes the 3-point play the old-fashioned way, he gives Penn State a 5-point lead, just under 3 to go in the first half.
Hope needs a basket here.
Here is Gardner. McMahon, guarded by Keith Wallace. McMahon moving inside. He's got nowhere to go. Hands it off to Blackledge. Back to Edson. Edson, 3. Missed it. Wide to his left. Rebound is pulled down by Penn State. Going the other way, looking for a larger advantage. DeLizio working on Gardner. Hands it off to Kernine. Working inside. Kernine with the layup, and bodies getting in his way. Penn State offensive rebound. Benson knocks it out of bounds.
Good defense by Hope.
I see that a lot, Casey, out of Brock Benson. Just a lot of hustle. He flies all over the place. Sometimes it gets him in trouble with the fouls, but it's the sort of hustle you like to see.
Absolutely.
And Kernine won't be able to find anybody. He calls a timeout. Quick timeout here with 2:16 to go in the first half. Penn State-Behrend leading Hope at a score 33-28. It's 30-second timeout.
Pretty good timeout there by Coach Nolan. They couldn't get the ball in. In media games like this, they go, instead of 6 timeouts for the team, they go down to 5, and you can only carry 4 of them with you into the second half. So with only 2:16 to go here, that was actually a good call. They were going to need to use that timeout in the next 2:16 anyway. We'll see Hope use theirs probably in the last possession unless they need it earlier than that. But I think Hope College needs to stop here, and they've been sitting on 28 for a while. I think they need a basket.
2:16 to go before halftime. Casey, what does Hope need to do in order to recapture momentum going back into the locker room?
I mean, it's been the story all night this first half, 12 turnovers, and it's not necessarily, you know, bad pass attempts so much as it is they're just getting really flustered down low. I think they're panicking a lot and just getting the ball out of their hands.
Kernine guarded by McMahon, hands it off to DeLizio. 12 to shoot for Nick DeLizio. Hands off to Kernine, inside to Hackett, and Benson's going to get whistled for another foul. Brock Benson with his second foul. That's 2 fouls for each of Hope's 3 primary big men. Zane Hackett going back to the free throw line. 9 points for him, including that monster slam dunk on the breakaway a couple minutes ago.
That was a Division I play.
Incredible body control, flying motion.
Are you watching SportsCenter? Makes that one later tonight. Hackett makes both his free throws, and he gives Penn State a 35-28 lead. If this were a football game, a very, very high-scoring first half. McMahon hands it off to Gardner. Gardner working inside. Benson on the give and go. Benson working inside. Double team, puts up a tough shot. No good. Rebound by Wallace, pushing the other way. Wallace working on Edson. The speed is incredible, but he walked.
We're going to get him on a travel there. Maybe he tried to incorporate the Euro step, but one too many.
You know, the last points have been. I was just looking through the line score, or through the play-by-play. It looks like at 3:52 we had foul shots. but Hope has not scored recently. And when Byers went out with 2 and when Van Arendonk went out with 2, that's when it kind of got dry. See, Van Arendonk's back in. You'd hate to see him get that 3rd in the last minute 45. I think Coach Neal feels like he needs something in there to kind of stop the bleeding.
100 seconds to halftime. Gardner gives it to Van Arendonk. Cross-court pass to McMahon. McMahon on the wing, looking, guarded by Wallace. Gives it out to Gardner. Gardner trying to look inside to Van Arendonk. Again, moving inside. The hook shot goes in.
Well, that's why he's the coach. That was a great substitution. You put the big man back in, you got a basket, and all of a sudden it's 5 points again.
Van Arendonk has 8 of those points for Hope. As Gardner kicks it out of bounds, it'll stay on the Lions' end.
I might take him back out again with 2 fouls on defense.
Make sure and not get that 3rd foul right before halftime.
Here he comes, Caleb. Of course,
Caleb Byers will come back in.
Of course, Caleb has 2
well,
also.
Well, Scott, if you're Coach Neal, you're really out of options at this point. Someone is probably going to go into halftime with 3 fouls, and there's not much you can do about it at this point.
Just tell him not to foul.
DeLizio coming up on 1 minute to go before halftime. Wallace working inside. Wallace, he's got Towers all over him, knocked out of bounds, and it went off of Wallace. This one's going to Hope.
Smart play there by Byers, again with the 2 fouls, but he was able to play clean defense there and smother the ball anyway.
Usually you see this offense-defense switch at the end of the game, but now Van Arendonk's going to come in on offense for a little firepower. The risk of a foul is much lower on offense, and under a minute.
Here comes Gardner, guarded by Carneen. Hands it off to McMahon, the sharpshooter. Back to Gardner. Gardner only with 4 points in the first half. He averages double figures. 20 seconds on the shot clock. We have about a 25-second difference between shot and game clock. Edson crosses it to Stivey. Stivey looking, gives it back to Edson. About 10 to shoot. Edson to McMahon. McMahon guarded by Wallace. McMahon, 5 to shoot. Gardner's got to get something up, puts up a shot. Short. Van Arendonk, the offensive rebound, puts the layup and the foul.
There he is.
Nate Van Arendonk making his presence known inside. And Scott, there you go with the offensive switch.
Great piece of coaching by Matt Neal.
Byers will come back in after this free throw. Should Van Arendonk make the shot.
You see a body hit the floor there as Hackett was really just boxed out and overmanned there by Van Arendonk.
Van Arendonk completes the 3-point play. He will come out in favor of Byers, and Hope College getting a little closer before halftime. It's 35-33.
Hope's going to use the timeout they can't bring with them.
You got to tip your cap there to Coach Neal. He just really managed that game, the last minute very well there, as they were able to maintain momentum and get Van Arendonk a huge touchdown there. He was able to convert on a 3-point play, but the ability or the awareness for him to go offense, defense, that's brilliant.
And it could have been 9 points because Penn State had 7-point lead and the ball. Now it's down to 2. Van Arendonk's had the last 5 points for the Dutchman.
They'll have 25 seconds to put in a shot. And Scott, what does Penn State have to do here in order to recapture some of that momentum that they may have lost in the last few minutes?
Well, scoring the last basket of the half will help. They've got offensive options. Hackett's in the game right now. Wallace is in the game. DeLizio. So, you know, they've got some options. But the last few possessions, Hope has done a pretty good job clamping down, mostly on post defense, creating some turnovers and missed shots.
Hope has the momentum, but Penn State's capable of a dunk, as we have seen in this game. Nick DeLizio, we'll see if he winds down the clock. Working on Gardner. Moving in, 10 to go. DeLizio moving all the way, coast to coast, tried to feed it outside. Here's Carneen, and it goes out of... We have a timeout. We have a 30-second timeout called by Penn State.
Coach Nyland didn't want a timeout with 4.8. That's we'll see if Penn State's going to need that at the end of the game. I could think with someone falling out of bounds maybe.
Maybe that could prove to be critical here. Penn State down to 2 timeouts in this ball game. Hope will have 4 as we come back from second half. And Casey, what sort of advantage does that give you in the coach's mind, knowing that you have a lot more timeouts than the other guy?
I think it allows you to be a little more risky on both ends of the floor, knowing that, you know, in any situation, or excuse me, a little less risky, knowing that in any situation you have those timeouts in your pocket, and that, you know, inbounds plays, for example, are a great time for, you know, if you can't get it in, not forcing the issue, not forcing the risk of a turnover.
Carneen to inbound, 5 to go.
There it was.
And he threw it away.
Boy, If you're Behrend right now, that's a backbreaker. You know, you didn't really want to do it. You called the timeout, and then out of the timeout, you threw the ball away, and it wasn't even touched. So
wheels coming loose here for the Lions of Penn State-Behrend.
They still have a 2-point lead, but Hope will go into the locker room with the momentum.
And they have 5 seconds to get in another shot of their own, 4.8 to be exact. Stivey inbounds to Gardner. Gardner works it out to Edson. Edson rejected. And it'll fall out of bounds with 0.4 seconds to go. Just enough time to maybe get it in for a catch and shoot if you're Hope College. Corey McMahon will not inbound. That's Alex Edson who will do the inbounding work. Catch and shoot. Feeds Van Arendonk. Tips it up. Oh! Nate Van Arendonk! Catch and shoot, and he puts it in.
Wow, what a feed by Edson as it looked like he went above the backboard there. Found Nate Van Arendonk with the soft hands and the tip in.
Van Arendonk, number 35. He makes it 35. Hope College ties this game. 35-35. Hope College and Penn State-Behrend going into halftime.
Talk about a momentum swing there as the inbound was thrown out of bounds. Penn State-Behrend kind of, like we said, the wheels just falling off there and allowing extra momentum in Hope College's favor.
Remember, it was, guys, 35-28 with about 3:50, and I think I was singing about how Hope College couldn't get anything going, and then Van Arendonk came in, and they had a couple of baskets, and they scored the last 7 points of the half.
Well,
they
Scott,
had a chance to go down by 9.
Well, Scott, you strike me as the sort of man where you say something and whoever you're talking about goes out and does the opposite.
That is correct. If any of you saw the first game, that was true.
You experience the same sort of thing as the Dean of the Social Sciences.
We hope not.
All right, and that'll send us back into halftime. Will DeBoer, Casey Rutledge, and Dr. Scott Vanderstoep will be back right before the second half to get you ready for that. 35-35, Hope and Behrend.
I did receive a non-athletic scholarship upon entering school.
I got the presidential scholarship, which was huge for me.
I think there's more opportunities for academic scholarships in Division III.
I did receive academic scholarships. Just being involved on campus, being a leader, all those things combined kind of get me recognized. It's a great experience for me.
Division III allows you to give yourself to other things.
Having that free time allows me to pursue the things that I want to pursue.
Division III in athletics.
At Hope, it's about challenging your mind. Hope. Learn it, love it, live it.
At Hope, it's more than just a game. Hope. We live for this.
Back here at DeVos Fieldhouse, 35-35, Hope and Penn State-Behrend tied in the first round of the 2014 NCAA Division III Men's Basketball Tournament. Will DeBoer alongside Casey Rutledge and Dr. Scott Vander Stoop coming back with 3 minutes to go before the start of the second half. And Casey, Scott, it's been a heck of a game so far. What are you seeing from both sides?
Well, it absolutely has. One thing that happened early in the half is we praised Keith Wallace all over the place, offensively, defensively, but he has harmed his team a little bit on the offensive end with 5 turnovers all by himself. With that, Hope College, speaking of turnovers, is at 12. I think that's really taken them earlier in the half. It really took them out of the game. They were able to ride a lot of momentum and ride a few miracle shots by Nate Van Arendonk and a lot of momentum swingers to get back and knot this game up.
And speaking of Van Arendonk, Scott, he has had his hands full with Zane Hackett of Behrend and vice versa.
Yeah, 2 Division I style players in there who are playing very well. Van Arendonk had a great end of the first half. If you're the Behrend Lions, you're disappointed, obviously, that you let a 7-point lead. They had 7-point lead in the ball, and they let it slip away. But you say, I think, if you're Coach Nyland, look, we're playing a very good team on their home court. We didn't play well in the last 4 minutes, and we're still tied. We showed that we can get a lead on this team. Let's go back and do what we did to get the lead early on, and that is to get good triggers off of defense from Wallace, have good team concept on offense where you move the ball well and you transition well, and I think that will be the key to Behrend trying to regain the lead that they let get away. I think if you're Hope, I think you do what you did at the last 3 minutes. You go back into Van Arendonk, you make sure he stays at 2 fouls, and you continue to shuffle in. They have a good deep play, a good deep bench. I think that they shot very well. They shot 56%. Behrend shot 54%. So these are 2 very good offensive teams. It's just a completely different feel than that first game, which was just a real slow down, kind of grinded out defensive battle. Here they're playing defense, but there's much more freedom of movement and a much more exciting offensive basketball game. The first game was very exciting too, but there's just much more offense here.
Of course, Wheaton won that first game over Rose-Hulman. The winner of this game will advance to face the Thunder and look to add to the NCAA resumes. Hope College, of course, has never won an NCAA national championship. They have 2 runner-up banners to my right, 1996 and 93 in the Glenn Van Wieren era, and they also finished 3rd place in 2008. 2008 was also a good year for Penn State-Behrend. They got to the 2nd round of the tournament that year, and in 2000 they got all the way to the Elite 8. Other times they appeared in the tournament, around 5 or 6, they did not advance out of the first round. Looking to do that here.
I think another thing for Hope, they're going to have to key in going down low. This Nate Van Arendonk has 13 points, but I think it's largely due to the fact that the defensive guard play by Penn State-Behrend, they're very, very active out there. If you watch a player like Keith Wallace, a lot of times the coaches talk about playing defense with your feet. I think contrary to that, he plays fantastic defense with his hands. He mirrors the ball very well and really limits the ability for the Dutch to even put the ball on the floor.
Those hands were getting everyone in the first half like fly swatters. The second half about to begin here at DeVos Fieldhouse. Behrend will inbound. This is Casey Kernine. Throw the first half out the door. It was tied going into that one. It's tied going into the second.
Something to keep in mind, guys, Penn State had to use 3 of their 5 timeouts there. There was one kind of a strange timeout at the end. If it gets to the end and they need those timeouts, how badly will they miss them?
As Knoll misses the shot from 18 feet, rebound by Stivey. And it was such a crucial waste of a timeout as well because they called that timeout and couldn't even get the ball in bounds. Kernine threw it away on the inbound pass. Gardner moving inside and he puts it in. The athleticism of Ben Gardner showing off here.
As he had just 1 field goal in the first half, 1 of 4 shooting. Get him going in the right direction.
37-35, a minute into the second half. DeLizio corrals the pass. Floating shot off the backboard. An athletic move by Nick DeLizio.
Up to that point, it was 9 straight points for the Dutchman.
DeLizio into double figures now with 11. Here's Edson. Edson. And an offensive foul is called on Nate Van Arendonk. Oh, that's a crucial foul for the Dutchman, his third.
Here comes Brock Benson.
Coach Neal not happy about that foul at all. And so only 1 minute into the second half, Van Arendonk sitting with his third foul. And this is Penn State's opportunity, Scott.
Matt Neal is very knowledgeable about the game and says very little to the officials. That's happened off ball. I didn't see what happened, but Coach Neal really didn't think that was the time for that particular foul so early in the second half against one of his bigs.
Kerneen working on the double team, and he puts it in. Penn State retaking the lead, 39-37. Gardner hands it off to Neal. Back to Gardner on the give and go. Benson at the top of the circle, looking for some help. Gives it out to Stivey. Stivey thought about three, no. Knocked in the air by Wallace. There he is again. But Benson on the other end gets the ball back for Hope. Edson moving inside, pitches out to Gardner, and they're going to call Edson on a charge.
That's a tough call. Edson not getting a lot of shots up in the first half. Just 1 for 4, but there he's trying to attack.
As you see the instant replay, Casey Kerneen getting in on the action for Penn State. 39-37, Penn State with the ball, and they've got that momentum back. Here is Knoll. Hands it off to Skelly. Skelly relatively quiet in the first half as Wallace puts up a floater, no good. Rebound by Gardner. Gardner gives it to Stivey. Stivey to Neal. Grant Neal. Ben Gardner. Neal inside, working like a post player. Hands it off to Gardner. To Edson. Edson, Gardner on the wing. Stivey sets a screen. He hands off to Stivey. Puts up a three. Bounces up in the air. No good. Benson with the rebound. Pitches it out. And he draws a foul.
With Van Arendonk on the bench, it's important for Benson to make plays like that. He's not necessarily looked upon to score in this offense, but it's all effort. Defensive end, offensive rebounds like that.
That's Shane Skelly's third. So now we've got two bigs, one on each team, the 6'9" and the 6'10", each with three. We'll see how long they stay out.
However, with Zane Hackett, like you said, Scott, it's not really a downgrade. It's more like an upgrade the way he's been playing. As Gardner puts up a tough shot, no good. Rebounds pulled down by Knoll. Here's DeLizio. 2.5 minutes into the second half. Penn State-Behrend with a 2-point lead. Gardner guarding DeLizio. Hands it off to Hackett, back to DeLizio. DeLizio working, stops his dribble, lost it, fighting for it is Edson, and he comes up with it. Alex Edson tosses it to Gardner, but he tossed it out of bounds. It was knocked out. Both sides working really hard on those loose balls. Stivey inbounds to Gardner. Gardner's got to watch his foot here and make sure he doesn't take a third step. He does not. Inside to Stivey, underneath the basket, and he puts it in. Cody Stivey on the feet from Edson, and Hope has tied the game again.
Great back cut. I think that was Matt Neal on the screen on the weak side.
Stivey has 10.
Stivey's been there a lot for the Flying Dutch. In crucial times when they need him, he's been able to step up.
And making 2-point baskets. He's not often doing that, and there's the offensive foul. Stivey working on both ends. He forces Mike Knoll to knock him around, and the referee said, no, sir, you're not going to get away with it.
Knoll pleading his case to the referee, but there isn't much of one there. He trapped Stivey's arm and just kind of threw him around a little bit.
39-39, Ben Gardner bringing it up for the Dutchman. To Edson. Edson back to Stivey. Stivey working into the baseline, slicing him for the layup. No good. Block is by Hackett. He gets the rebound. Penn State going the other way. Wallace wide open under the basket, and he lost it. What is that, his 6th turnover, Casey?
I don't know if you can peg that on him. It was a pass that was thrown quite a bit ahead of him. He was able to get a hand on it.
We're up to 10 turnovers on Behrend. But that's their game. That's what they want to do. Great secondary defensive effort by Hackett to trigger that fast break.
You're going to force a lot of turnovers, but you're also going to give up a lot of turnovers if you play that. Gardner, pull-up jumper, 15-foot, bounces off, no good. Hackett almost tipped it back in. Instead pulls down the rebound, and Kerneen will push it up for the Lions. 15:50 to go in the second half, 39-39 all. DeLizio almost fell out of bounds, gets it to Kerneen, who pushes off Neal. Neal, a defensive whiz. He had 4 or 5 blocks in the MIAA championship game. That's the Michigan Intercollegiate Athletic Conference. But that time he lets Cornine go, misses a wide open layup. Gardner, Edson picks up the loose ball. Stivey, Neal coming inside. Neal rejected by Hackett once again. Zane Hackett, a presence inside. He is cutting off all the lanes for Hope College.
Well, I don't know how many times you're going to see Hope College give a wide open layup and the opponent miss a wide open layup. I think both coaches are saying, what in the world? But Hope got away with one there because he missed a wide open layup, did Delizio.
Hope looking to unwrap the present here as we come back. 15:24 remaining in this ball game. 39-39 all. Back at DeVos Fieldhouse here, 39-39, Hope and Penn State-Behrend. Will DeBoer alongside Casey Rutledge and Dr. Scott Vanderstoop. And before we get back to the game action, let's mention that the band you're hearing in the background this evening is from Vicksburg High School. A nice addition to the basketball atmosphere here.
You ever been to Vicksburg?
I have not.
It's a beautiful town. It's small, but beautiful.
One of those many small, beautiful American towns. Delizio to Wallace. Wallace moving quickly inside with a layup, misses it. Rebound by Benson.
Benson did a great job on the defensive end, hedging that ball screen, slowing down the offensive play.
And this time, a body flies around Edson, but a blocking foul is called on Casey Kernine. And there, ooh, look at your instant replay. Kernine went flying.
Pulling him back in. Delizio, Kernine will sit out.
Wallace is going to have to find a speed that he's comfortable with. He seems to be going 100 miles an hour a lot.
As the interception by Malquan Pulliam. Pulliam with the layup and in. Malquan Pulliam catches Hope napping. And that makes it 41-39. Behrend in the lead. 5 minutes into the second half. Edson looking, gives it to Benson. Benson at the top of the circle. Out to Gardner. Gardner looking to move in. Pitches out to Edson. Edson moving inside, layup, double team, it's in! Alex Edson throws up a wild shot, goes down and ties the game. Pulliam hands it off to Keith Wallace, back to Pulliam. Pulliam guarded by Grant Neal. Wallace with the speed, floater short. Hackett with the rebound, double teamed inside and he draws a foul. And no matter who that goes on for Hope, that's a third foul for one of their big men, and it's Byers.
Well, it wasn't Benson, and Benson, I thought, had verticality on that. I couldn't see if Caleb was reaching from the backside, but it would have been disappointing if they had called that on Benson, because that was exactly what you want to do in that case.
Hackett makes his first free throw, to 12 points in this game. On the season, he only averages 9.2. Misses the second, rebound by Byers. Delizio fought for it, but Byers was able to control it. 42-41, Penn State with a 1-point lead. Benson pitches to Edson. Edson set the screen. Benson moving inside. Benson misses it. Rebound tipped in the air and corralled by Hackett. Hackett doing everything inside, 11 points, 5 rebounds. And another pass goes to the hands of Penn State. Wes Dovick couldn't hold on that time. And now we have Nate Van Arendonk coming back in for Hope. We'll see if he can stay away from that fourth foul for long enough.
We've also got McMahon in and Stivey.
Joining Edson and Gardner on the floor.
Wallace is going to take a rest for Behrend.
6 minutes into the second half. Here's McMahon. 2 points in this game, but he's deadly from 3. Gardner. Pulliam working close on him. Stivey inside to Van Arendonk. Hackett. Van Arendonk. The epic battle. And what's the foul? They got to call that on Shane Skelly.
Shane Skelly's not in the game.
They do not call it on Shane Skelly.
But I didn't see who they called it on. I think they need to come over. They don't know who it is. I think we need a little table communication here.
In any case, it will be a 2-shot foul.
Oh, on
They're signaling
DeLizio.
3. DeLizio's first foul, and that sends Van Arendonk back to the free throw line. 13 points in this game, including the tip in at halftime to tie the game. Makes his first free throw.
It's a foul in the act of shooting. Nobody's saying anything about it, so I guess we'll shoot 2. I thought it might have been before the shot.
Van Arendonk just has a long shooting motion, I suppose. Makes both his free throws, puts Hope back on top. And Harrison Blackledge will come in. Van Arendonk will sit. Coach Neal employing that offensive and defensive strategy. Scott will see if he goes back to that anymore with a lot of time left in this game.
Yeah, I think it's mostly that with Byers, Benson, and Van Arendonk all with fouls, Harrison Blackledge is going to have to play some critical minutes here, and he did in the first half, and he's back at it again. He's going to have to play that post position, take on Hackett.
Blackledge saw his playing time diminish as the season went on, but he'll get a lot more of it next year as Van Arendonk and Byers graduate. DeLizio puts up a wild 3-point shot and misses it. Rebounds pulled down by Sam Otto, fresh into the game. Gardner, Hope with a 1-point lead looking to extend. Otto on the wing, hands it off to Gardner. Gardner working inside, works around the double team. Blackledge with the offensive rebound, strip. Gardner working in. And the ref's fist goes up, that means foul. And that one goes against Chris Dudzinski for Penn State. 5th foul for the Lions.
Blackledge, the freshman for Hope, at 6'6", but he plays more like 6'8", 6'9", and I love the way he plays. He doesn't get a ton of minutes because of the depth of the big man, but he's a hustler, and he loves to rebound.
Great offensive rebound there.
Stivey pitches to McMahon, and before McMahon can get the shot up, offensive foul is called. Dudzinski making up for the call from a couple seconds ago, going down, taking the charge.
There are a lot of bodies flying on the floor. This game is becoming very intense.
The ref coming over to the scorers table to discuss something.
Stivey.
That foul goes against Stivey. It's his first.
The official may have given the number of the Barron player who got drilled on that one, and then all of a sudden, I've done that having been a college basketball official for many years. You lose it, and all of a sudden it's hard to get back. We have an alternate official on this game, and he was able to help him out, and it was on Stivey.
No expenses spared for the NCAA tournament games. As DeLizio comes inside, wild shot, put it in! Nick DeLizio banks it.
I love DeLizio's play style. He's able to control his body well and get to the glass.
He's up to 13, that's his season average. Penn State leads 44-43. Here is Carlson. Carlson gives it to Stivey. Another whistle.
You see how well Carlson was guarded by Pulliam. I'm surprised we haven't seen more minutes out of him in the semifinal game. He and DeLizio led the team with, he had 16 points, the freshman, so he's certainly used to being in this position.
McMahon takes the inbound pass, screen set by Blackledge, moves out into the open. McMahon waiting, comes inside, layup rejected by Dudzinski, making his presence known on the defensive end.
Coach Neal wanted a foul on that. I think he may have a point.
A bunch of the fans wanted a foul as well. We'll go to immediate timeout at the next whistle. Dudzinski guarded by Otto, 2 subs. Here's Pulliam. Pulliam's guarded by Carlson, all 5'7" of them. Pulliam gives it off to DeLizio. Inside to Hackett, and a whistle.
Hackett is hard to guard.
Blackledge with a foul on that one. That's his first. And we've reached our sub-12-minute timeout here. 11:38 to go in the second half. Penn State leads Hope 44-43.
At Hope, it's mind, body, and spirit. Hope. We live for this.
Back at DeVos Fieldhouse, 44-43, Penn State leading Hope. Will DeBoer alongside Casey Rutledge and Dr. Scott Vandersup. And what you just saw was a promo for Hope College here in Holland, Michigan. Private liberal arts school, around 3,300 is our population. And Scott, you want to take it from there?
Well, Hope College is the mission of Hope College is to prepare students for lives of leadership and service in a global society. We are an intentionally Christian college, ecumenical in nature, and rooted in the Reformed tradition. We value liberal arts learning as well as some professional training in accounting,
like this?
nursing. Yes,
just
absolutely,
like this.
Skill development. And we are strictly undergraduate. We're on the shores of Lake Michigan. And we value these kinds of collaborative opportunities. So I'd like to thank the two of you for letting me tag along tonight. I hope your shoulders are not sore by the end of the night from carrying me the entire time. This is something I don't spend a lot of time doing anymore.
Well, I'll have to strain, but I think I'll be able to manage. Scott. Here is Malquan Pulliam working on Otto. Pulliam, pull-up shot, banks it, no good. Rebound, Stivey had it, was knocked out of bounds, and he'll stay with Hope College.
Stivey, a quiet half in the second. He had 10 points, all of which came in the first half.
I think he scored one bucket in the second half, Casey. Here's Otto. Otto with a pull-up shot from 18 foot, no good. Rebound is wrestled down by Hackett. 44-43. Delizio taking instruction from Coach Neeland, I should say. Delizio for three, he makes it! Nick Delizio, he's up to 16 points now, and it's a 4-point lead for the Lions. As Stivey takes a three, and he missed it short, well short. Rebound by Wes Davik. Pulliam working. Athletic layup, and he puts it in. Malquan Pulliam with the athleticism. And he got bopped on the head, so we'll go to the free throw line.
I just had the sense that Hope College was coming into the end of the half and starting this half, you know, they certainly seemed like they were in control, but this last couple of sequences after that under 12 timeout has been all Barron. And Coach Neal's going to come in with the starters here because all of a sudden we've all of a sudden got a 6-point Barron lead, and there's only 10:42 left. So
Pulliam looking to complete the three-point play, and he does not. Then Aaron Dunk pulls down the rebound, 49-43, Lions in the lead. 10.5 to go in the second half.
Hope needs a basket here, I think.
Gardner gives it to Byers. Byers to Edson, knocked out of bounds. Delizio got a hand on it, and he'll stay with the Dutch.
That's a long pass there by Byers, but Edson not helping him out as he just sat and wait for that pass. That's a pass that, knowing the aggressiveness of this wing defense by Barron, he's got to come through the ball.
Byers has a cross-court pass. Out of bounds. Was he aiming at someone on the bench?
He may have been. Maybe trying to throw that one to McMahon, who just came off the floor.
You know, guys, this is exactly the kind of play that got Barron that early lead in the first half, and now they've got that lead again. It's that great team defense with hands up in passing lanes.
And Keith Wallace, a big part of that. He's back on the floor now. He has the ball. Guard by Edson. Such speed by Wallace. Wallace, pull-up jumper, good. Keith Wallace, only his 4th points of the game, but he has made his presence known everywhere. Neal to Edson. Edson on the wing, looking inside for Van Arendonk. Can he get it to him? He does. Pitches back out to Edson. Edson inside to Van Arendonk. He lost it. Mutual appreciation of the hustle from Shane Skelly and Nate Van Arendonk.
Yes, Van Arendonk and Skelly sharing a moment as they both crashed to the floor on a hustle play.
That's nice to see.
Both good guys. Great sportsmanship by all 4 teams. I've just been impressed with the quality of the coaches, quality of the players.
DeLizio takes another three, missed it short. Rebound by Neal. Hope College needing a basket here. They are down 8. Gardner takes the screen from Van Arendonk, comes inside, moves back out, looks, gives it to Byers. Neal inside to Edson. Edson posting up on Wallace. Turn around, gives it to Neal in the paint. Neal puts it up. No. Byers, offensive rebound, and in! Caleb Byers with the second chance points, and Hope is back within 6.
Byers went right through Pulliam to get that.
Great hustle play.
That brings the Dew crew back to life for Hope College. Student section, of course. Running the motion, this is Wes Davik, hands it off to Nick DeLizio. DeLizio has 16, looking to make it more. Going on Edson, moving inside, floater, short, rebound, he gets it himself, fighting for it, bodies flying everywhere. Byers controls it, gets it to Edson, but Byers rolled rather, as the ref indicates.
Yeah, generally when you roll over like that, the college basketball rule book on traveling simply says don't move your pivot foot. The high school rule book is a little more precise, but when you roll over like that, it's hard not to move your pivot foot. So tough play because Caleb hustled to make that play.
Hope College rolling over, not dead yet. As Benson comes back in for Van Arendonk. Gardner guarding DeLizio very close, and they're going to get him on a whistle. Ben Gardner very aggressive, looking to contain Nick DeLizio.
I'm not sure you want to do that right now because now you got Barron in the bonus.
7th foul against Hope College, 6 against Penn State-Behrend, so Hope will go into the bonus as well with the next whistle. That was Gardner's second.
Cornine's going to come in, it looks like, for DeLizio.
Cornine with 3 fouls as DeLizio makes the first.
I think you'd want them both in there.
Well, everybody needs a break. How about you, Scott? You feeling a break? You feeling good?
I'm feeling great. Pleasure to be here with you both.
Oh, glad to have you. As DeLizio misses his second, making my mind, it's miss. Byers hands off to Edson. Edson, Gardner on the wing, inside to Byers. Byers working, looking to get into Benson, and he missed the layup. Gardner, rebound, puts it up, count it on the foul!
Gardner cramped up right as he released that ball as he's grabbing for his calf.
And that'll go against DeLizio. Ben Gardner, an athletic player for Hope College. He's been relatively quiet in this game, but when he has scored, we've known about it.
Just about, I was about to say that Hope has missed some easy shots the last 3 possessions, and that was another one, but they were able to get the offensive rebound and put back. That's huge for Hope.
Gardner makes a free throw, completes the 3-point play, and Hope is back within 4. 52-48, 100 points for both teams. Spread out just about as evenly as you can spread them out. Coming up on 8 minutes to go in the second half. Pulliam hands it off to Hackett. Byers getting in on Hackett. Byers with the aggressive defense here, and he forces a turnover. Byers hands it off to Edson. Edson pushing, goes around 3 players, puts it up. No. What's the call?
Shooting foul. It's going to go on Wallace.
Keith Wallace. His second foul.
Caleb Byers has made 3 great hustle plays. He made that one on defense, he made that offensive rebound there, and then he made that one. He did get called for travel, but it was another one that he kept the ball alive. He's really, the last 3 minutes, contributed greatly to Hope's effort to really cut the lead. It was 6, and now it's down to maybe 2.
Edson makes both the free throws, and Byers has really stepped up, especially in the latter part of the season. Down the stretch in the MIAA season, he was scoring close to 20 points. And not just the students, but the entire crowd here at DeVos Fieldhouse, nearly 3,000 strong, coming alive for Hope College. Here is Wallace, Pulliam, Cornine inside to Scally. No good, rebound by Benson. They got in Hackett's face and he could not score. Hope looking to tie. Carlson hands it off to Edson. Edson inside to Benson, back out to Edson. Edson, Benson, the combination, and he misses the shot, but he'll go to the free throw line.
We're seeing new life out of this Hope College team. Gardner starts the momentum with the and one. Carlson's going to come in to sub for him, and they're not looking back.
Brock Benson will shoot 2 after this media timeout. 7:27 remaining in the second half. It is Penn State-Behrend 52, Hope College 50. You are watching the game on hope.edu/live. Will DeVos alongside Casey Rutledge and Dr. Scott Vanderstoop. And oh, well, this is the kind of game you'd want out of any sort of NCAA game. You'd hope the selection committee would put together the matchups that would produce the best sorts of games and produce that March Madness that we're all used to. And we are seeing it here at DeVos Fieldhouse. One of the more competitive games that Hope has been involved in this season, and expected competitive game for Hope College.
Absolutely. We talked earlier about Hope College kind of running through the MIAA, at least through conference play until the MIAA tournament where they got stumped. But I think they only had 1 loss all season, and I think that was what they ran into in MIAA tournament play, that they never really faced a ton of adversity. They ran into Calvin on a hot night, and Calvin destroyed them. But even with that trying game before, this team needs to be tested, or at least needed to during the regular season. They're being tested right now. We're going to see how they prevail.
And that was about the most curious thing I've ever seen, the Hope-Calvin series this year. Yeah. Hope College was able to defeat Calvin handily in the first 2 regular season matchups in Grand Rapids, right here in Holland. And they look to be on the same sort of role in the MIAA championship game, up 13-2, 5 minutes in. Calvin ends up winning that game by 25, so a 36-point swing in the last 35 minutes of that game.
25 and what could have been 35, even 45, as Calvin really turned it on in the second half, and Hope folded immediately.
And Hope's playing much better tonight. They're rebounding well. They're playing good defense. They're playing a very good team. It's a terrific college basketball game. And it's been close. I don't think we've ever had much more than 7 or 8 points as a lead. And we're down to 2 here, and Benson could tie it.
Brock Benson at the free throw line. He's a big man. And he misses his first. Winner of this game moves on to face the Thunder of Wheaton College out of Wheaton, Illinois. They defeated the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, those fighting engineers from Terre Haute, Indiana. Benson makes his second. 52-51. Hope down 1. Penn State with the ball and the lead. Delizio signaling for money, Johnny Manziel style. Delizio, Benson, or Byers, excuse me, forcing him back. Cross-court pass from Wallace to Kernine. Delizio fakes Carlson out of his shoes, misses the shot. Edson chases down the rebound, and they get Wallace on the blocking foul.
It's going to be 4.
That's one thing that Carlson brings each and every time he steps into the game, whether it's the offensive and defensive end, he really steps the tempo up. They were able to rotate very well defensively, large part due to him being able to go from the elbow to top of the key.
That's a tough luck foul on Keith Wallace. He just was kind of wrong place, wrong time. And
that makes his first free throw. Hope College now in the double bonus. That was the 10th foul on the Lions in this second half. And Hope will shoot 2 the rest of the way, all 7 minutes.
If I were Coach Nalen, I wouldn't keep Wallace on the bench for long.
And Edson makes his second free throw. Hope retakes the lead. It's 53-52. Hope College was down 8 earlier in the second half. They have turned it around and they lead by 1.
Home court.
And it's loud. I doubt Penn State-Behrend has faced a crowd like this all season. Maybe at all. It's the first matchup between these 2 teams at all, as Dudzinski misses the shot. Benson comes down with the rebound. Carlson pushing. Edson moving inside to Delizio. Athletic move. And another whistle. It's a blocking foul. That one will go against Shane Skelly, who was on the ground.
You're going to see Edson go to the line here again. And as of the last 3 or 4 games, he hasn't been shooting the ball well. A guy that was on fire for a good chunk of the middle way through of the conference season. But I think this is important to get him to the line to help him to remember his stroke and get comfortable again with shooting the ball.
As he misses the first. Casey, they came out with the Michigan Intercollegiate Athletic Association first team this week. We had a couple Hope players on that one. Am I right?
I believe so. I believe David Arendonk got on that list.
And Arendonk, I think Edson was on that list as well. Ben Gardner was the second team, but Edson makes 1 of 2. Gives Hope the lead. Still the lead. 54-52, Hope leads. 6.5 minutes to go. The crowd on their side. Dudzinski hands it off to Delizio. Guarded by Carlson. Kernine thought about the 3. Had it deflected out of bounds by Byers.
Interesting move by Coach Matt Neal here as he sends the Dutchman defense into a 2-3 zone, something that they haven't run much of this season.
Coach Nealon looking to crack that zone. As Dudzinski moves around, hands it off to DeLizio, into Kerneen in the corner. Kerneen working. Grant Neal goes tumbling over him. And it's knocked out of bounds. That went off of Hackett, and it'll go to Hope.
One thing that you can't do in a zone is leave your feet. Hope College was able to get away with one there, and they're going to get possession here, but you saw both Carlson and Neal leaving their feet there, which allows the offensive players to establish where they want to get on the court.
Van Arendonk back in for the Dutch.
College looking to bring the hammer down with the momentum, put Penn State away, and move on to face Wheaton in the second round. Still a lot of basketball to be played. 6 minutes. It's a 2-point deficit. Edson, the cross-court pass to Carlson. Back to Neal. Byers to the top of the circle. Edson will pull up for 3 and miss. Hackett with the rebound. Penn State pushing. DeLizio, layup between 3 Dutch defenders, and he puts it in.
Wow.
Nick DeLizio putting on a clinic. He has 19 points here in his first game at DeVos Fieldhouse. 54 all. We have 5.5 minutes to go in the game. Carlson, Byers. He'll take the occasional 3, but will not risk it that time. Carlson, back to Neal. Byers to Edson. Byers will set a screen. Edson coming in, hands off to Van Arendonk. Van Arendonk try to get to Neal. Byers, the give and go, and a wonderful ball movement by Hope College. They retake the lead.
Van Arendonk, Neal, Byers, 3 touch passes, excellent execution, and 2 points for the Dutch.
Great interior passing.
Quick as a blink of an eye here in DeVos. 5 minutes to go. Hope with the lead and the crowd, 56-54. DeLizio, 3-pointer by Kerneen, missed it. Carlson pushing, it's a 2-on-2. Edson, and we have, is that an intentional foul?
Yep. That was an interesting sequence. I was watching after the DeLizio release. There was a marginal foul on the shot that was not called. Then DeLizio grabbed Byers. Then Byers grabbed DeLizio, and that's the one that, shall we say, was witnessed. So that's going to be an intentional foul. That's going to give 2 shots for Barron. DeLizio is the offended player, so he'll go and shoot 2, and then Penn State will get 2. They'll get the ball at the spot of the foul. That was, boy, that's hard. There was just a lot of activity there, and Byers did foul him, but DeLizio grabbed him first.
Kerneen will take the free throws.
Excuse me, Corneen, not DeLizio.
And Scott, the result of an intentional foul seems to be the same as a technical foul. What seems to be the difference between the two?
An intentional foul counts as a personal foul, and so 5 you'd be disqualified. A technical foul would count toward your personals, but you would only be allowed 2 of those, and so after 2 you'd be disqualified. So that will count as a personal foul. The intentional does give the offended team the ball back at the point of interruption, and that's a huge play because now Penn State has the ball and a chance to go ahead.
Casey Kerneen nailing the 2 free throws, bringing Penn State back, looking to retake the lead here. 4.5 minutes to go in DeVos. Dudzinski inside, Knoll, intercepted by Neal, going the other way. Carlson pushing. Holds up, waits for Neal to get back. Byers still on the floor with 4 fouls. Edson looking for Van Arendonk inside, instead goes to Neal in the corner. Neal, back to Edson. Inside to Byers. Edson, thought about it. 10 to shoot, inside to Van Arendonk. Back to Edson. Edson's got to put something up, and he puts up a 3, and it rims out. Rebound is wrestled down by Knoll. 4 minutes to go. We'll go into immediate timeout at the next break. 56 all.
This is a great game.
DeLizio out to Kerneen. Corner, Dudzinski! And he missed everything, and there's going to be a monkey on his back for the rest of this game, we would assume. The chance of air ball. Neal controlling it. Hope will send in a couple subs. Gardner and Stivey will come back in at the next break. Edson gives it off to Byers. Byers to Carlson. Neal inside to Van Arendonk. 12 seconds to shoot. VA posting up. Spin move. Spins again on Hackett. Puts it up and he rims it out. A bunch of hacking going on the inside. Hope controls the offensive rebound. And Coach Neal will call a timeout. 3:12 remaining. Hope College with the ball. This game is tied 56-all.
It's going to be charged as a 30, but the first called timeout in the second half in a media game does get converted to a full, so Hope will only be charged for a 30. That's provided that they haven't used a full yet, and they haven't. So they'll get a little extra break here, even though they will only get charged for a 30. They have 3 left. Penn State has 2.
Yeah, see, Scott, that's why we have you on here to explain rules to us college kids here.
Well, I'll help if I can. Even a busted clock is right twice a day, I guess.
Now, you were talking earlier in the week, and I couldn't get a hand on it whether you played basketball here at Hope College. Was that a truthful statement of yours?
I was on the roster. I was proudly the 11th member of a 12-member junior varsity team in 1983 and 1984. And still am active in basketball as an official. I was a collegiate official for 5 years, but with my increased responsibilities at the campus and a growing family, I just do a handful of high school games here and there and try to stay somewhat, keep my skills somewhat sharpened. But I do miss being out here in games like this. This is very exciting. They're working very hard, the officials are.
3:12 to go in this game. Gardner. Here's McMahon. And Casey, they've got the shooters on the floor now for Hope College. They had the non-shooters on there for quite a while before that timeout.
Yeah, Stivey, McMahon, Edson, Gardner.
Edson inside to Van Arendonk. Another whistle. That goes against Hackett.
Van Arendonk wanted the 3-second continuation call, but he's not going to get it. We're not quite in the NBA yet.
That is his second. Here's the media.
The media timeout here. We'll take another quick break here from DeVos Fieldhouse. 56-56. Nate Van Arendonk of Hope College will go to the line looking to give his team a lead here at DeVos Fieldhouse on hope.edu/live.
At Hope, it's more than just a game. Hope, we live for this.
Back at DeVos Fieldhouse, 56-all here. Hope College and Penn State-Behrend. Will DeBoer alongside Casey Rutledge, Dr. Scott Vandersoop, and Casey. Hope College looking to retake the lead again. They've been down close to 10 points at multiple stretches in this game. They brought it back each time. What do they need to do in order to go on top and stay that way?
Well, they are in the double bonus. I think getting the ball down low to Van Arendonk, who's shooting free throws extremely well as of late, including this game. I think you got to be patient offensively. They've run into trouble when they've, turn up the tempo a little bit and they get nervous with the ball. That's why there's the result of 19 turnovers. So I think you got to be patient, be selective.
19 turnovers for Hope, 13 for Behrend.
Well, this reminds me a little bit of a Hope College team just 2 years ago. An double overtime loss to Illinois Wesleyan, but you look around, it's a tie game, 2 minutes, 54 seconds to go. The crowd getting increasingly more involved. It brings me back a little bit.
That was a great game.
As Nate Van Arendonk makes his first, he was on the roster at that point. He was a sophomore, transferred from Central Michigan.
Yeah, a team that was ranked #1 in the nation. I think they had one loss, in which occurred to Division I Western Michigan. They came in and just couldn't get it done in 2 overtimes.
And that was a great season for David Crombie, an All-American in Division III. Someone you grew up with, right?
Yeah, Granville area. Dave played at my high school. Had a very good career at both Granville and Hope.
Hope College leads 58-56 for long, and he misses everything. Nick DeLizio, and he'll get the air ball chance now.
Well, it's the guy you want shooting, but I don't know if that's the shot you want right now. That was a 26-footer.
DeLizio getting tired here with 2.5 minutes to go. Hope with the lead on those 2 free throws from Nate Van Arendonk. He has 17 in this game. Perfect 7 of 7 from the free throw line. Stivey with the ball, hands it off to Edson. Back to Stivey. Screen. Edson, 15 to shoot. Hands off to Carlson. Carlson getting some significant minutes late in the game. Stivey takes a three from the corner. Rims out. Rebound by Wallace, pushing the other way. Keith Wallace with 4 fouls. Not that foul trouble matters at the 2-minute warning here in DeVos Fieldhouse.
That was wise for Wallace to pull that back. He did not have the numbers.
Here's Kernine. Hands off to Wallace. Kernine looking for Delizio. Instead gives it to Hackett. Delizio. Kernine inside to Wallace. Out to Delizio. Working. Pitches out to Kernine. He's got 6 to shoot. Inside shot. It's good. Shane Skelly ties the game with a 10-foot jumper.
That was great defense by Hope, and Penn State still had an answer.
Oh my goodness, what a game we have here. And Coach Matt Neal will call a timeout with 93 seconds to go. It's a full timeout here, 58-58.
Well, we hope you're having a great time with this game. It's been a real privilege to bring it to you. I want to make sure, as the oldest member of the crew here, that we recognize all of the people who are working in the tunnel at DeVos. This is what will maybe a 15 or 16 person operation.
Oh, absolutely, it's a big operation. Michael Barrows is our director here. He's responsible for the wonderful images you're seeing here. Camera people all around, too many people I could name. They should have given me a list of names, oh dear.
Megan's
yes,
there.
there's a Megan.
Casey's there.
Yes, Kelsey O'Brien up working the main camera that you see.
Wave, Kelsey.
We have,
she smiled.
Duncan's working one of the cameras.
Point is, we got a lot of people, a lot of students involved. We couldn't do it.
We do, and our producer Freddie's in our ear right now, trying to list off the names.
Freddie Velasquez, and I probably, as the dean, shouldn't forget the names of the 2 faculty members, Dr. Jim Korf and Dr. Chung Hee Han, who managed this terrific group.
Our fearless leaders here at Hope College, and quite the undertaking. And for those of you who have been following the progress, we've been working on this for 2 years now. When I was a sophomore and Casey was a freshman, we started rehearsing for this sort of thing, just so that we could bring you quality NCAA basketball coverage here on hope.edu/live.
Well, 30 years ago when I was a student, we would bring you a radio that was closed circuit piped into the residence halls. That's about all we had. So we've made a few advances.
Good old WTHS, they've advanced too. 90 seconds to go. Hope with the ball, looking to take the lead. Edson inside to Van Arendonk. Van Arendonk working, spins, pitches out to Stivey. Stivey thought about 3, instead brings it back out. Gardner, 12 to shoot. Edson works it around. McMahon, the shooter, 8 to shoot. Gardner, he's got to put something up. He's got 5. Gardner looking. Edson moving inside, 2 to shoot. 1, and he does not get a shot up.
Great defense.
Shot clock violation. Penn State-Behrend holds.
Hope College had a lot of opportunities to shoot there. We saw Stivey pass up a shot. We saw Gardner pass up a shot. Even a couple looks where the ball didn't go into Van Arendonk.
Was that Wheaton College defense?
Absolutely. A team that is so active.
1 minute to go. The winner of this game will face Wheaton College's defense tomorrow night. Delizio. He's got 20 on the shot clock. Delizio gives it to Wallace, guarded by McMahon. Screen set. Wallace looking. Delizio, 10 to shoot. Winding down the shot clock on the other end is Behrend. Delizio working inside. Float shot. No. Rims out. Rebound is pulled down. Delizio. Short. Edson with the rebound. And the shot clock is off. Hope College can hold on for the last shot.
Here we go. Hope's chance to win it. I think Matt's going to take a timeout.
Coach Neal has 2 timeouts left. He will spend them. Penn State-Behrend also has 2 timeouts. They have not used any of theirs here in the second half, really coming back from the mismanagement in the first.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't take one there, but after the offensive rebound, the putback was so quick. I think it was Delizio who put it back. It was a decent shot, but, you know, they could have pulled it back and they could have taken the last shot because I think it was under 35 at that time.
They could have. Delizio not with the awareness. Instead, he gives Hope a gift, and they're looking to unwrap it here. Casey, 19.5 seconds to go. If you're Coach Neal, where do you work it, inside or out?
I don't know. I mean, again, we talk about being in the double bonus. I think it would be a good idea to get the ball down low. You got 19 seconds. You got time to set up an offense, maybe even, you know, take a shot that allows you time to get an offensive rebound. I'm not really sure here what to do. I might take my best bet with Van Arendonk down low.
Van Arendonk, he has 17 points, 4 free throws in this second half, and he has really stayed out of foul trouble after picking up his 3rd foul in the first minute of the half. He is still at 3 fouls.
outside of him, you don't see any great shooting performances. You have Neal 1 for 3, Stivey 4 for 9, Edson 2 for 7. You know, Gardner, who's 3 for 9 as well. Nobody really has a hot hand right now. If you do, you maybe get a look to McMahon if the play is broken and he's open anywhere.
Hope's doing it from the free throw line. That's how they're still in this game. 17 of 21.
I think another reason you go to Van Arendonk is he is 7 for 7 from the line. Because they're probably going to, if he gets position, they might have to foul him.
Student section encouraging everybody to stand up here, and we have 15 to go. Gardner looking to keep the volume low. 10 seconds. We'll see if Ben Gardner works at 7, 6, gives it to Stivey. Stivey looking inside. It's intercepted. Wallace going the other way. He's got time to shoot. Kerneen puts up a shot. Did he get it off? No, he did not. No shot. And we're going to overtime in DeVos Fieldhouse, 58-58.
Well, I can't imagine that's how Matt Neal drew it up out of the timeout. Holy cow, how does that happen?
Well, Keith Wallace, that's how that happens.
How many times have we seen the Barron Lions put their hand in a passing lane to make a play like that?
Wallace tried to get it to Kerneen. Kerneen took that extra dribble and he couldn't get it off. If he had caught it and shoot, he might have gotten it up.
One thing I'm not really understanding by Gardner there is this happened again in the Trine game where the clock's winding down under 2 seconds and Gardner passes up a three-point opportunity, throws a missile down low to Van Arendonk. He's just not able to get a shot off there. Again, you'd think, if anything, you know, he's got the best shot in the offense right there with a three-point attempt. I just, at a point guard and some of his skill set, some of his experience, I'd love to see him with a play that isn't developing. I'd love to see him get a shot off at least.
I think, you know, hindsight's 20/20, but Penn State stole the ball with about 5 or 6 seconds to go. They could have taken a couple dribbles, brought it up here to half court, and grabbed a quick timeout and set up a play. I know you're trying to catch the team off guard, but when it was pretty clear to me that the break wasn't going to happen, they could have drawn something up. But in the heat of the moment, I know those are tough decisions to make, and they almost got away with it. This is a great basketball game.
A great one, so great that we're going to give you 5 more free minutes of basketball. This is Hope's second overtime in its last 3 matchups. They defeated Trine University in the MIAA semifinals 1 week ago, 65-62. This is Barron's first overtime game of the year. And really, one of their rare close games. You see, Barron, they're either in it or they're out of it. And, you know, Hope may have faltered down the stretch, struggling against Alma and Trine, but playing close games may give them the advantage in the extra period.
Well, when you have an average margin of victory of 20 like Penn State Barron has, you're probably not going to get a lot of overtime.
Here we go. Van Arendonk wins the tip. Gardner looking to set it up and do what he could not 2 minutes ago. 58 all here at DeVos Fieldhouse. 3,500 strong. Witness to a great basketball game in the first round of the tournament. Stivey moving inside, pitches out to Gardner. Gardner thought about the 3, instead gives it to Neal in the corner for 3, and he missed it. Gardner passed up a wide open 3-point attempt. I'm surprised he didn't take that.
Barron is just out on shooters, though. You know, Will, it was open for a very brief period, but somebody was out on him quickly.
Delizio still getting the air ball chance. He missed one bad with about 4 minutes to go in the second half. Delizio controls it, guarded by Gardner. Pitches it into Skelly. Skelly working on Stivey. Skelly posting up, spinning around. He gets around everybody. A nice move by Shane Skelly.
Stivey caught an elbow right to the nose there.
I think Hope thought Skelly was going left, and then he drop stepped to the right. That was a great move.
No whistle on the elbow for Stivey. Penn State takes the lead, 60-58. 1 minute into overtime. Here is Stivey. 15 to shoot.
Really
Stivey gives it to Neal.
Really giving Stivey a lot of space there to shoot.
Gardner, 8 to shoot. Inside to Van Arendonk. Posting up, interception. Kerneen picked his pocket.
Got to make a move faster than that.
Van Arendonk 17 points, but no field goals since that putback play at the end of the first half.
Hope needs to stop here.
Skelly posting up again. Another spin move, and Shane Skelly stepping up when it mattered. He was relatively quiet in this game, but he has 4 of his 8 points in overtime.
I think Stivey got another elbow to the nose.
Yeah, his nose is bleeding right now. He's grabbing it.
Someone find him LeBron James's mask.
Yeah.
And here comes Caleb Byers. Really the defensive stopper for Hope in that second half.
Yeah.
Hope's answer to Keith Wallace. And now we've got Corey McMahon, the shooter, coming in for the seldom shooter, Grant Neal.
Yeah.
Offense is what matters here for Hope College. Down 4, 3 minutes to go. Potentially a season on the line.
That's a good move by Coach Neal.
Edson moving inside. Jumper, 15-foot. Bounces up. No, rebound pulled down by Gardner. Hope will get extra time. McMahon working inside on Wallace. And he tried to hand it off, but Gardner gets it back. McMahon, 3, well short. He missed it by the air ball. Air balls for days here at DeVos Fieldhouse.
Hope College has gone cold the last 10 minutes. They started out shooting 70%. Obviously, there's some just sort of natural statistical regression, but they're down to 39.
Hope College student section getting into the game, but it's more of a hopeful wish at this point.
Oh, wow.
Barron got themselves a timeout before they lost that ball. It's a 30-second timeout.
That's a very heads-up play by, I guess, call by Coach Nalen right there. But from my angle, I'm not sure that it was, who had it down there? Was that Wallace? I'm not sure that he ever had possession, really, but nonetheless, they get a heads-up play and a timeout.
That's what we, that would be a hustle play by the coach.
Yeah.
62-58, 2:24 remaining in overtime. Barron really making the most of their opportunities. They shoot about 47% from the floor on the season. They're shooting about 46% now. Hope College limited to just 40%, and that's because of the speed of Barron's defense.
And great anticipation. They just seem to know where the ball's going to be, and it's a very good, two very good basketball teams. This is a critical possession, though. I mean, really, Hope College has got to stop them here. It would be a very tall order to come back from 6 down with 2 minutes to go in overtime.
Kernine to inbound. Here is Delizio. Winner moves on and faces Wheaton tomorrow night right here at DeVos. Knocked out of bounds by Byers, and Casey, you and James Rogers and Dr. Van der Stoop here will be on the call for that game.
Actually, I will tell you that if Hope does not advance, I will probably hop in my car and drive to Kenosha and watch our women tomorrow. So you might be on your own, depending on the outcome of this
Wallace
game.
with a jumper at the end of the shot clock, and he misses it. Edson with the rebound, 2 minutes to go. Hope has not scored in this overtime.
Here it is, Will. I think you almost have to go down low here.
Do or die for Hope College. Coming up on that time.
But if you do go down low, it's got to be Van Arendonk being strong and quick.
Van Arendonk calling for the ball. Hackett is working on him. Hackett, Van Arendonk, that's been the matchup to watch all game long. Gardner moves inside, tried to get into the Van Arendonk. It was knocked away by Skelly. Ben Gardner not happy. He's going to get whistled. And that will send Barron to the free throw line. As you take a look at the instant replay, Gardner got his arm in on Casey Kernine, excuse me. And Kernine will go to the free throw line. 7 points.
Time is not Hope College's friend right now, especially if these free throws go in.
A 5-point deficit. Gardner looking for instruction from the bench. Coach Neal. As for Coach Neal and his team, just needs to defend. 6-point lead. And if you're a Barron fan, you're saying to yourself, tick, clock, tick. Tick, clock, tick. Gardner picks it up, and we're at 100 seconds to go in overtime. An offensive foul on Van Arendonk.
Gosh, and he's absolutely, that call is absolutely right. Nate never really had his feet set. He went out of his way, moved his body to get that screen. That's just, I mean, that's a mental midget kind of play.
Time running out for Hope College and Nate Van Arendonk. He is a senior. If he were to lose, this would be the end of his college career, and it'd be the end of careers for Grant Neal and Caleb Byers, as well as Cody Campbell, a little used guard for the Dutchman. Kernine, 90 seconds to go. McMahon guarding him. Skelly back out to Kernine. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Hope not at the time where they need to foul yet, but they need to force a turnover or a shot or something. Hackett out to Wallace. Wallace moving coast to coast. Inside, outside. Delizio, 3. Missed everything again, and he's been stone cold so far as well.
There it is.
Hope controls. They got a minute to go, and they need to score here. They've not scored in overtime. Edson puts up a wild shot. No good, but he's going to the free throw line.
I like that take there by Edson. He knows in his head that that's almost an anticipation call waiting to happen, as it's a 1-on-3 fast break, or lack of fast break, I guess there. That's his going to be the 5th.
Nice quick move.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what needed to happen there, not only because Hope was running out of time, but because they just needed to find some way that they can get points, preferably with the clock stopped.
Shane Skelly fouling out. The senior, 6'9", out of Westlake, Ohio. He had 8 points in this game on 4 of 5 shooting, but it was not on the action very often because he could not stay out of foul trouble.
So our big free throws here by Alex.
And he makes the first. Hope's first point of overtime. It comes with 1:03 to go. And we have some substitutions. The defenders in now for Hope. Carlson and Neal. As Edson makes his second free throw, 64-60. The Lions in the lead with the ball. Time on their side. Here comes Wallace to push it up, and Carlson fouls him immediately, sends him to the free throw line.
Probably a pretty good play. I like that.
Yeah.
I always get nervous about teams that let that 35 seconds wind down, and there's no guarantee they're not going to make it. There's no guarantee that they're not going to get the offensive rebound. So I like stopping the clock and taking your chances on free throws.
Right, Wallace not a great free throw shooter, as he's at just above 66% on the year, but makes that one
Makes
count.
the first, but he is the one you want to foul if you're Hope College. Rest of Barron's lineup shoots very well. 81%, 81%, 70%.
Delizio.
I still like the play.
This is the second.
Right
Byers with the rebound. Gardner's going to have to hurry up. He's down 5 points, 55 seconds to go. Student section really getting into it now, encouraging the team. Gardner. McMahon, quick three from the top of the circle. Drained it! Corey McMahon!
That's a huge shot by McMahon, and he's an absolute pure shooter. One thing we mentioned earlier in the game, he's someone who doesn't really think much about his shot so much as he gets the ball and he's ready to shoot.
That's why Coach Neal put him in. You called it, Will, and he nailed it. That's huge.
McMahon, his first three of this game, his first basket since the first half when he hit a 18-foot 2-point basket.
Yeah, and as you've seen, Stivey and Gardner, Edson, their three-point ability kind of lacking in the last few games. One person that's been the staple for this guard unit has been McMahon. He's came out of the game against Calvin, the game against Trine, the last game against Alma before the conference tournament play. He's been the staple and the one that's held the three-point percentage together.
McMahon, he was the MIAA's leading three-point shooter in conference games this season. The sixth man for Hope College. He is only a junior, 6'1", out of Glenview, Illinois. You would assume that he would get in on the starting lineup next season.
You know, I said just a minute ago, I like the idea of fouling. I'm not sure now. You've got 47 seconds to go. It's only 2 points. I might play some good defense. See if you can force a bad shot or a turnover.
Casey Kernine to inbound. Gives it to Wallace. Wallace, and Carlson's going to foul him instead.
And again, I mean, either way, it's kind of a 50-50 call there. But if anyone, again, that's the kind of guy you want to put to the line. And maybe Hope College is thinking there, you know, if he's going to get the ball, that's the only person you will foul in that circumstance.
Yeah, I think I don't have any problem with that. I think that's good, particularly since Wallace missed the first one. It extends the game.
Yeah.
Especially important for Carlson to do it because he's got relatively limited fouls. Byers and Van Arendonk both have 4.
Wallace, the upperclassman, the junior.
McMahon and Gardner back into the game. The offensive team in now. Makes them both. 67-63. Barron in the lead. 45 seconds to go. Gardner and Hope down 4. Edson. Van Arendonk sets a screen. Edson moving around. He's going to take a 3-point shot and miss it to the right. Rebound is pulled down by Kernine. And that's a foul by Byers. He's done for the game.
Tough shot selection there, though. Edson is the kind of guy you want to shoot the 3. That's not a terrible look, but it was very contested with quite a bit of time left on the shot clock.
Yeah, I don't have, Penn State-Behrend was playing great defense there. I think you got to take that shot. You can't. That's what we saw Rose-Hulman doing.
Yeah.
You know, they threw the ball around too much. They didn't really get good shots. So these are tough shots at this point because Penn State-Behrend's playing such great defense.
Yep. Kernine makes his first free throw. Perfect 5 for 5 from the line so far today. That was his 10th point. He's the third line to go in double figures behind Delizio's 19 and Hackett's 12. Makes them both. It's a 6-point lead for the Lions. Shot clock is off, and the air is starting to be let out here at DeVos Fieldhouse. But McMahon hits a three.
Wow!
Pump that air back in.
McMahon. Not so much, you know, bring him back in the game with one possession, but how deep was that from 25, maybe even 28 feet?
Jimmer Fredette range here. Is that reference still relevant?
It may be. Wow, that was deep.
29.4 seconds to go in overtime. Penn State-Behrend with the lead, 3 points. They will have the ball. Hope College almost has to foul at this point. If they don't get an immediate steal, which they might. Behrend has turned it over 14 times, as you see Hope College faithful looking on in anticipation, but it's guarded anticipation.
Yeah, I think you got a foul right away.
Yeah.
Delizio's 1 for 3. Cornine hasn't missed yet tonight. Hackett 6 for 7. Wallace 3 for 4.
At this point, I'm not sure it matters really who you foul.
You don't have great options.
Van Arendonk comes out, so he won't be the man to foul. He will not foul out. Most fouls of anyone on the floor for Hope is Gardner with 3. Cornine to inbound. Gives it to Delizio, and Carlson with another quick foul. He's had 3 fouls in these last 2 minutes. He's the man who puts them on the line. That sends Nick Delizio to the free throw line, and he is not who you want at the line if you're Hope College. 81% shooter on the season.
Has missed 2 tonight, though.
And make it 3. Falling to the chant from Hope College crowd, that was the ah-ho, ah-hee, ha-ho, ho-ho that you hear from Finding Nemo. What are they saying now, Casey? Miss?
I believe they are saying it's a yes chant over there.
And he misses them both! Hope College, within 1 possession, they need a 3. It's 69-60.
Maybe a quick 2 if you have an option here.
No timeouts.
Gardner is instead going to hand it off to McMahon. He's the one you want to shoot. McMahon pushing out, gives it out to Gardner. Edson looking. McMahon thought about the 3. He's got 10 seconds. He's got to put something up now. And McMahon misses the layup, and that'll do it here. Corey McMahon looked to take the quick 2, but he could not put it in. Foul's called against Grant Neal, likely the last foul that he will ever commit in his college career. 69-66. Penn State-Behrend with the lead. Going to the free throw line, and Mike Knoll looking to put the nail in the coffin here at DeVos Fieldhouse.
Well, Penn State would not let Hope get an open 3-pointer.
And there's your ball game. Penn State-Behrend will advance to the second round of the NCAA tournament for the 3rd time in their history. Nice shot. Edson looking to at least bring it back within 1. Puts up a shot. And he misses everything. And that'll do it here from DeVos Fieldhouse. Penn State University, Erie, the Behrend College, coming into DeVos Fieldhouse and knocking off the Flying Dutchman by the score of 70-66. As the Behrend officials.
Hey, we got a handshake from the alternate official, Arnulfo Perez. He didn't miss a call all night.
The Lions of Erie, Pennsylvania, coming into Holland, their first visit to this facility here at DeVos Fieldhouse. And they come out with, well, I wouldn't say it's an upset. These teams were pretty evenly matched. And Scott, Casey, what a game this was to call.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly was. Both teams throwing a lot of effort out there. And, I mean, it's one of those games where you hate to see either team lose, but, I mean, someone had to. And hats off to a Penn State team for being able to come into this atmosphere as the away team playing the host team, or the host site team, and only the home team, but they were really able to not let the crowd become a factor, and they played some fantastic basketball.
Well, for Hope College, they say goodbye to Van Arendonk and Neal and Byers and Campbell, finishing the year not the way they would have wanted, but they made the NCAA tournament. They were regular season champions in their conference, so you know, for the sort of person who goes on that sort of thing, making the tournament would be sort of gravy.
Well, they had a very fine season. They controlled their destiny in the MIAA from beginning to end. They did not finish extremely well. They didn't play well against Calvin. They had 1 bad game against Albion in the middle of the year. And they came up against a very good Penn State-Behrend team with a lot of balance. That shows in the stats where they have multiple players in double figures. I think that this is a very well-coached team with a lot of good athletes on it. And it was just a close basketball game, and it came down to the end because they were two very evenly matched teams. So credit to both teams, credit to all 4 teams. This was just a great evening of college basketball. All the coaching staffs, all the players, all the administrators deserve credit because this was just outstanding basketball.
Absolutely, Scott, and congratulations to Penn State-Behrend. They will move on to face Wheaton College tomorrow night. That game is at 6:30. You can catch it right here on hope.edu/live. Casey and James Rogers will be on the call here, and if you're a Hope College fan, they'll be back. 6 or 7 underclassmen getting regular minutes. Exciting time still here at DeVos Fieldhouse. So on behalf of our entire crew here at the Hope College Department of Communication, Scott Vanderstoop and Casey Rutledge, my name is Will DeBoer saying so long from DeVos Fieldhouse, and we'll see you tomorrow.